You know what? Why not? Just attention from your mom and send it. Why not? She's like, okay. Did you talk to her? Okay. Go on, okay. What is the frustrating picture? Sure. Is that her fault? Just very well. Are you advanced?
Are you advanced? Yeah.
That is the ability to advance things like it's the ability to build the hardware or the software. That's a problem.
Like when I make my robot.
I don't feel that. You know,
I want to have something I'm sure Google Play. I write contract for Fortune 100 companies. I would say that I'm advanced for tech. I have certifications from major organizations like Amazon. Yeah.
all right.
From Python to PHP, from Ruby to Ruby on Rails, from JavaScript to HTML.
Let me try.
We're done. Like 8 years ago, HTML and PHP. Now, I'm not super advanced, but I know many of the basics. I can export code. I've exported code in Xcode for iOS to be able to upload it and launch it on the App Store. I exported Android Studio code onto Google Play, meaning like my edits of the app showed up on the App Store. And that's really rare with any kind of coder or developer. It's usually not the same person who does the coding who actually uploads the app. That's usually multiple people. So when I first started, it was, but I just learned how to do it. But now, even the best coders in the world aren't as good as ChatGPT. So coding is kind of useless now. That's what it kind of. It's lost a lot of its importance.
I mean, what word is right? Yeah,
The best
the
coder,
word is right.
the best coder in the world right now is worse than ChatGPT 1. And ChatGPT 5 is way better than the best coder in the world. The best coder in the world can't smell the part of ChatGPT at this point. The best coder in the world, it would take them hours to produce what ChatGPT puts out in 5 seconds. And ChatGPT code is right essentially every time. You don't get errors. Go ahead. I'm in agreement with you.
That AI built websites. We wanted it to.
That's correct. And what we're participating is WSIWYG coding.
I'm, I mean, how just
Dude, what did I just say? Dude, what did I just say? Dude, what did I just say?
sort of boss enough.
Dude, no. I just gave some an acronym. What acronym did I give?
But
What acronym did I give? It's called WYSIYG coding. Aren't you gonna ask what that? I thought you weren't gonna ask what it means. What you see is what you do. It's a type of coding where you can just drag and drop. The average person can create a website
uh,
very, very heavy in apps. It's just not been made mainstream yet. But very heavy. And that once we get that coding mainstream, then all coders are done. You might have so many
yeah,
code.
so
You might have you might have someone code just to learn what people did in the past. It would be like using a typewriter today. Nobody realistically uses a typewriter for fun or for work. They might do it for fun or enjoyment of their typewriter collector or whatever, but it'll just be seen as something of the past.
every it's already so simple that everyone like that.
You won't even need to code per se. It's just it would be like making a picture. You just move a mouse on a screen and drag and drop what you want.
But yeah, I get what you're saying. Everyone is so simple that every will be able to go they better work at home time. So to speak.
Yeah,
Am I correct?
yeah.
Yeah.
You do whatever you do, Fred.
I might be gonna be five minutes and like order.
Sounds like a plan.
You think the opportunity to make there'll be a lot of opportunity to make money with everything that's important.
It's becoming more and more difficult to make money.
But
There are powerful organizations and people who basically, whenever you have a good idea, they have the influence to be able to just steal it or buy your company. Now, with cryptocurrency, there are opportunities for people to make money, but the issue is that people don't have the initial capital to be able to buy what they need. I mean, I'm not saying that we won't have it. I mean, the United States alone, we have 18 million. That's a lot of millionaires, and it's growing by like a million people every year.
really, yeah, but that doesn't work for your property.
That's right.
Because sorry, American property great. They're more than in America.
Um, yeah, but Americans don't look the
Australian probably
Yeah,
everyone wants to be in Australia.
that's true. You know,
Yeah,
the,
yeah. Had our population increased once in like last 5 years.
the I now you can tell me I'm wrong about this, and that's fine. But I truthfully believe there is a coordinated effort to make Australia seem unattractive to people, when in reality it's extremely attractive. There are no earthquakes, there are no hurricanes generally where people live. So what they do is they make it seem like the fauna will kill you and the flora as well. But they'll make it seem like, oh, well, you've got crocodiles. Like you've never seen a crocodile. You've lived there 30 years. The snakes are like really only like deep in the outback. Yeah, you've got those big fucking spiders, but they're like harmless. Um, you've got kangaroos, which aren't that bothersome. I mean, yeah, they can push it up, but like in the United States, we have deer. More people die from deer every year than kangaroos. And way true. Do you know how many people get hit deer when they are driving in a car? Like 50,000 people every year, and it causes
Yeah, too, from
and you can kill and like tens of thousands of people a
yeah,
year. It's a danger.
more, there's more people in America than there is Australia, but there's more kangaroos than here. Wait, how many years in the US?
That I don't know, but I can tell you that the total amount of people who die from kangaroos a year is far less than deer.
There's more kangaroos. There's
That
more kangaroos around here.
that doesn't matter, and I don't think that's true. I'm looking it up. Are there more kangaroos in Australia or deer in the United States? Okay, estimates suggest there are 40 million kangaroos in Australia and 40 million deer in the United States in 48
Yep.
states. So it's about the same. Now let's look at
300 people die. It's probably more than
exactly. There you go. That's just one thing.
I don't ever heard of anyone dying from
There you go. And like, okay, you have crocodiles. The United States has crocodiles and it has alligators. Like you've got dangerous snakes. We have dangerous snakes, and we have not
in the
just
last.
we have not just venomous snakes, but constrictor snakes, especially in Florida. We have like just the same amount of spiders that'll kill you. So basically, what I'm saying to you is, you have everything that the United States has, everything that Australia has, but you don't have snow. Now I know you have blistering heat, but so does the United States. And if you're on the coast, you basically enjoy paradise year round.
So kangaroo. in the last 100 years. And it was the first one was 1946, and it was head injury sustained from the kangaroo. So it was just the fact that he couldn't survive. Get proper medical care. It was taken care of. It was just an injury from the kangaroo. The second one was in 2022, and it was a 77-year-old man, and it was a domesticated kangaroo in Western Australia.
Doug,
He died.
that doesn't count.
So he had a permit.
Yeah, I think that's a fact.
Well, that's why you don't get kangaroo pets.
You know, that's-
If you don't want to die from a kangaroo, don't
There you go, Pam. So,
there's no reason.
so let's think about it. Australia doesn't have earthquakes, which are a danger. Although I can tell you this: living in California, I've never known anyone who's ever known anyone who's ever been injured in an earthquake. It's just like nobody gets hurt, but there's always the worry that in the future it could happen. We've got earthquakes, we have blizzards that kill dozens of people a year. You don't have that. We have droughts. You do have that, and heat.
How many people died in the fires?
Like a dozen.
A dozen people died in the fires this year.
Yeah, just in California. I don't know about other states. Um, what I'm basically saying is that there's a concerted effort for people to make it seem like Australia is the deadliest place on earth because of its animals, when in reality, it's actually a paradise. You don't. It doesn't snow. You don't have hurricanes. You don't have cyclones. You don't have. I mean, really, the only. I mean, you don't have tornadoes. You don't have blizzards. You don't have monsoons. You don't have really any of the issues the United States has from it, like weather perspective. And in my opinion, there's a concerted effort for people to downplay purposefully how nice Australia is. Now, I'm not saying that there aren't bad parts about Australia. Everything has to be shipped in, or a lot of things have to be shipped in, and there are issues with foreign investment, and you're basically like Commonwealth and all that other. I'm not saying that, but what I'm saying is there is a concerted effort, especially I would say on the internet, to make Australia seem not a desirable place. Because if Americans knew how nice Australia was, many of us would move there and cause housing prices to go even higher. No, I'm not saying, but I'm saying that like that's why on the internet in particular, if you ever like, oh, Australia has a lot of benefits, people would be like, well, what about the snakes and what about the spiders and what about the heat? What about the kangaroos and the crocodiles? But it's like the United States basically has all that same stuff, aside from like the kangaroos, and it has hurricanes and tornadoes and blizzards and earthquakes and monsoons. And Australia doesn't have any of that. Australia is essentially the world's largest island or continent, however you want to. describe it as paradise on the coasts. And so, whenever people even think about moving to Australia from the United States, and on top of that, there are people who would see it beneficial that people speak English. It's like the perfect place for Americans to live. But whenever anybody in the United States mentions it, there are all these complaints about the stuff that'll kill you. When in reality, you've never even seen a crocodile. The the huntsman spider, you talk about like it's a pet, no big deal. They talk about like koalas and having chlamydia. It's like, are you fucking a koala? It's like, something you see in the zoo. Basically, Australia is a very desirable place, and there's a concerted effort, especially on the internet, to make it not seem nice, but it really is.
You've got all the things that could kill you, all the things that kill you over extent as well for most of them.
That's true. Like,
The, okay, you can get attacked by a great white shark.
you,
You can get attacked by a great shark,
in the United
white
States,
shark anywhere in the world.
exactly. They have one of the largest ranges in the world.
You can go swimming in the ocean, it's stuff you can get. The same animal can kill you in the ocean anywhere in the world. Can kill you in Australia. There's no reason. Do you have great white sharks?
100%. But even worse,
They're probably just
great white sharks aren't that big of a deal. The sharks that do the most damage are like nurse sharks and tiger sharks, like basically smaller sharks, that lemon sharks. Like they basically are in shallow waters. Great white sharks a lot of times are pretty far away from the coast. I mean, not always, but many times. And really, in the United States, only 50% of our coastline is swimmable. Like the Pacific coast is cold. Even now in August, when I go, like when I'm not streaming myself, and I would go to the beach, even on the warmest day, nobody is in the water without a wetsuit unless they're not from here or they they just going for a little bit because the water's so cold. Um, it's in the North Pacific Ocean, so it's like it's not really that warm. When you go to Florida and it's like that warm, that's what Australia's like. So what I'm saying is like all of Australia's water is warm. It's very enjoyable for the average human. All of the houses that you see along the Pacific coast, none of the people there go in the water. It's just not a thing. And like a lot of people think like, well, isn't surfing in the United States on the Pacific coast? Yeah, it is. But you wear a wetsuit because the water's cold. And unless it's like the hottest part of the summer, the water's just to be enjoyable. When in Florida, it's like that. Australia, it's like that water. Florida's really clean. Um, like you have fires. United States has fires, but fires haven't been a big thing your whole life. This is more a modern thing of the last 10 years. That when you were a kid, you didn't hear about Australian fires that often. And I can tell you, like, we get mudslides. We don't get mudslides. Mudslides are really big. Um, so basically, Australia is a very welcome country. How nice it is. One of the things that they do to make it so that it's difficult for Americans to buy property is, if I understand correctly, you have to be an Australian citizen to buy property, or it used to be that way. And also, your animal laws are very strict. Like if you're going to bring a dog, it's going to be like in quarantine or something. Like they make it really difficult. You know, yeah, but overall, Australia might be on Earth, on the entire Earth, maybe like a top five destination. It's the Gold Coast, even Earth. Is the only issue with Australia is water, but especially with desalination technology, you could irrigate the entire interior of Australia.
I've heard, I've heard during COVID, outside South Australia when I lived, we get the lowest like
Sunshine killed it.
for metropolitan cities.
You can see that. Rabbi, what up, Pimp? How are you?
We are leaving
What up, baby?
out, but
Listen, let me
Hold on. Don't be. Hold on. Don't you say that to my friend. He was in the middle of talking. Dude, finish your statement. You're gonna wait.
we only had an outbreak in Australia when they put the vaccines. That's because the vaccines.
Here you go. All right. How are you, Shane? How are you, Owen?
hello. Okay. Hello. Do you know us? Do you know us from yesterday?
Yeah, of course. How's your day going?
Very good, my friend. How about you?
Excellent. What's on your agenda for today?
Jennifer?
What are your plans for today?
We're going to. He's gonna do a test for.
Sure.
When you drop, yeah. After that, go out, play football.
Is that soccer? Okay, very well. What position do you play?
I play
Okay,
center mid.
who's faster, Shanks or Owen? Okay, who has more endurance? Who can go longer, Shanks or Owen? Good job. And you guys are in the right position. Excellent. All right. And please remind me, how'd you find out about me? Yeah,
We talked with you like
I know. Like 48 hours. And then again, 24 hours. Exactly. Did you watch Aiden Ross's stream yesterday? What did you, I did too. What did you think of it?
I didn't for a long time.
Neither
Was
did
good.
I. Yeah, neither did I. He always has the same amount of viewers. He always has the same amount of viewers. 57,000. It's always the same, which makes me think he just bought it. Yeah. Because he's not doing anything that exciting, and he just has enough viewers to be the number one person on the kick page. But it's always 57,000. It's never like 10,000, and then other times like 80,000. It's just 57,000, and I just find that 100%. Just a matter of time, my friend. It's just a matter of time. No one kicked me. No one has the ability. Maybe Discord kicked you out, but I did not. And Zoom doesn't have the ability, and the Alexander doesn't have the ability, and Owen doesn't have the ability.
that's fair because I was talking with you. I think you should try to like how to say focus 100% on the pitch. Or not on the pitch, something like that.
Oh, they were only that easy. I understand. All right, so you guys are gonna do the driving test, then you're gonna play soccer. Excellent. Do you have plans for this weekend?
I'm starting school next week, so yeah,
Jinx, and what year were you born?
2008.
Oh, excellent. That makes you not 20. Yeah, you gotta be 18 to be in here.
Oh,
Take care, guys.
take care.
Bye bye.
Bye.
I'm 18.
No, take care, Shanks.
No,
Shanks,
please,
Shanks,
no, bro.
Shanks, come back when you're 18. It's not that long. Take care, buddy.
I love you.
Love you too, big dog. Riser, you were talking about COVID numbers during that time, and Adelaide did really well.
Yeah.
Absolutely. Anyway, are you ready to lose? Zoo, 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 I asked you a question.
Give me a second. Why is AI so bad at visual puzzles?
It's improving.
I gave you a visual puzzle. You the answer. I said, the answer. I don't think it makes sense.
If AI gets too good at visual puzzles, it'll be able to do captchas, and then once that happens,
Oh, thank God.
like the internet goes away.
Wow.
Well, then just have bots take over websites. Like I did with Kick. The reason why I'm so successful on Kick is because they don't have a caption system. Because Twitch doesn't, and Twitch is their competition, and so they don't want to make it more difficult to use their website than Twitch. Now Twitch, because they're trying to beat Twitch. Now Twitch has a few settings and defense mechanisms that allow that protect security features, I guess you call, that allow them to keep some bots out, but any smart coder or hacker can get around that. The big one is you have to use like a legitimate, what they consider to be like a Gmail address. But there are ways around that. And they have some pretty good IP address tracking, but there are ways around that. Kit has some of these systems, but they're just not as good. And the reason why is Kit doesn't have as big of a team. I mean, Twitch has Amazon, and Kick just has like a team of I think like 200 people. Snake has like 800, and Kick has 200. So even combined, they have like 1,000 people. When Amazon has like hundreds of thousands of employees, at least Twitch has probably 10,000 employees, something like that.
Six.
What did you say, Ben? Hey, Zoo, I have a question. Now, I'm not saying that this is going to work, but, and I say this as your friend because I care about you. And one time you said to me, I said, it's really going to be difficult with Tourette's. Like, you basically can't keep a secret because it's whenever you have a secret, it's at the top of your mind, and then you end up blurting it out, and that must make for very awkward social interactions because you'll just be with like you might be with someone I don't know. Let's say there was a person who was green, and you would just call them green, and that would be offensive because it's not like something that normal people do. I'm just asking, have you ever tried this? I've heard this is a good method to stopping those kinds of things and similar things, smoking and nicotine and marijuana and anything that can cause like being in the habit. Of, you put a rubber band on your hand, on your wrist, and then whenever you have one of those burnouts in your face, you snap it. And subconsciously it makes your body not want to do that anymore. I'm not saying it's going to work exactly well for you, but have you ever tried that? I would suggest because I think it can help you. And even if it doesn't, then you try it. But basically, like one time I said to you, it's got to be really difficult to like basically like you, for instance, you tell me what's in your crypto wallet. That's not a smart thing to just say. Blurt it out sometimes. You know, that's not a smart thing. I don't want to say it's not smart, but it's not.
especially
No, exactly. So if you can, and I remember it hurt me to hear you say because you're my friend. You said, yeah, like my whole life, like is summarized just in that, basically. Like imagine all of the secrets that you had, and those are the things that you wanted to say the most, or that maybe that you were just tempted to say. And I said to you, like, yeah, that would make it difficult with like a girl or someone because not only not only does she have to worry about that with you, like she may tell you a secret, like, I want my period. Okay, fine, no big deal. But then you're just gonna blurt out like she's on her period, or your children could have that. And I think it's something that you said is more manageable with nicotine, at least a nicotine patch, but those are expensive. And you have to wear them 24 hours a day, and that's a costly endeavor. Do you have a rubber band? Go get a rubber band right now.
there's not going to catch it. Right?
I understand it's a nicotine, but go get a rubber band. Tell me when you have a rubber band. You don't have a rubber band? Nowhere, nowhere in your house you have a
Elastic.
okay elastic will work. Put it around your wrist. Okay, put it around your wrist. And whenever you like this has got to be a reminder, subconsciously. You want to wear it for as long as you need to. And whenever you have a bird to blurt out, you just snap it. And what it does is subconsciously your body doesn't like that. And it will slowly ease you away from wanting to do the non desirable activity. This works with people with their nails. It works with people who are addicted to drugs and nicotine and alcohol. It just is like a thing that if you are conscious about it and you have this thing on you, you don't want to stop it. It causes you an issue. And your body, instead of being carefree and just saying whatever you want or desiring alcohol or drugs or nicotine or whatever, it just recognizes that it doesn't want that snap. You don't have to snap yourself up, but just keep it in your hand. And we're going to play. Are you ready to play? Zoo.
Like a,
Okay, will you tell me when you're ready to play? Is the elastic on your hand or on your arm, on your wrist?
yeah.
Okay,
Yeah. Ready?
Dude, show me when you have time. Show me the elastic on your wrist.
Think about it. Was a private horseback. But the from the government, because how it's stamps the truth between depending on where you are and how you want to see it. There are many things that were
Yo, Pam,
Things are going to get better.
if you put this thing on your wrist, I do. Show it to me.
Let's play.
Dude, let me see the elastic thing on your wrist. Dude, show it to me. Why is snap? No. That's psychological. Well, Dude, you said you had elastic, so get it. I'm gonna wait for you.
What is that?
No. No, it's got to be like elastic or rubber. Go in your kitchen and look and see if you have like rubber or like elastic on like broccoli or something.
Rabbi,
Yo, Pam,
I don't know.
what'd you say? You have a string? You have a string? You have a string? put it around your wrist. We'll go get one.
Overall,
Okay, so listen. The next time you come in here, I want you to have a rubber band, okay? I'm going to ask you to show me it the next time I see you, okay? Here's why. Snapping an elastic band on your wrist for Tourette's syndrome may not be a complete cure, but it can help some people psychologically because it taps into a few behavioral and neurological mechanisms. The first is competing sensory input, sensory gain. When you snap the elastic, you create a sharp, clear physical sensation. For some people with Tourette's, that sensation can briefly complete with the urge to tip, making the brain's sensory system focus on the new input instead of the premonitory urge, urge that leads to a tip. Interruption of premonitory urge. Many people with Tourette's feel a rising, uncomfortable sensation before a tip, like an itch that you have to scratch. The snap can reset the buildup for a moment, giving the feeling that you have satisfied the urge without actually performing the tip. This is a big one. Habit reversal therapy principle. In habit reversal therapy, HRT, one method is to become aware of the tick signal and perform a competing response instead. While snapping a band isn't the official competing response taught in HRT, those are usually tension incompatible movements. It follows a similar logic, replacing the tick with an intentional action. Sense of control. Tourette's can feel unpredictable and involuntary, which can cause anxiety and frustration. The act of snapping the band is chosen, giving a small sense of agency in a situation where the person often feels they have none. This control can reduce the emotional stress around ticks. Distraction and mindfulness. The snap can be a grounding cue, pulling attention back into the present moment and away from the spiraling focus on the tick or its social consequences. Do you understand why this can work for you? Are you ready to play?
yes.
Just the next time you come in here, what are you going to have on your arm? You want to pick up, and I'm going to ask to see it.
What's the choice? What's the
38.
well, that's fine.
Okay, just one moment. What do you want? What what invite do you want? Any invite? Okay.
I just want to be on calories for dinner. Let's go down.
You got it.
I want
Do you want easy, standard, or pro?
to How about
Yo,
I'm
pimp.
gonna try. I'm gonna try a trick.
I don't think either of us are going to finish. I don't think either of us are going to finish. Yo, pimp.
Okay, good that you. How do you think about it? What do you think?
I think you're a man struggling with submissions. You've got a lot of behavioral issues you're dealing with.
Why is that?
You don't have a rubber band on your hand at this point. This one's so hard. Zoo, what's your secret? I thought you were gonna do some secret move.
Okay. When the police actually fucking help you because you fucking like, obviously the moon is the police. I feel like this is really like yeah, that can help you.
What did you say?
I feel like this is really ways like yeah, where it helps you.
Perhaps.
But that was the way to dodge is Rabbi.
Yo, pimp.
This is the hardest one.
What is the hardest one?
You know what I'm talking about. The stop,
No, the circle one's so hard.
stop, the stop.
No, the circle. Oh man, dude, there's one. You've never seen this before. It's so hard. Dude, I'm on one. I don't think I'm ever gonna be able to do it. Yeah, maybe. Dude, you're never gonna get it either. I can't even get past the first part of it.
We're going again.
Dude, there's one part that I don't think either of us will ever get. It's so hard. Are you ready? Have you ever, have you ever beaten me at this? I don't think so. Yo, pimp,
How many props did props on that?
how did you know?
I was kind of like kind of made up with the most year props.
Yeah, that's true.
Really, any year, like
Yeah, I'd be in the sexy one. Sexy one with a big dick and hilarious.
whatever talking about. Which everybody
If it's the same one as they had the last time, no, absolutely not. I didn't even make it past the first part. I think it's four deep.
fuck, right? So, um, wait, what happened to all this?
I just timing.
Really rushing. Oh, yeah, what's that?
I bet this game is really good for hand-eye coordination.
So,
Like this might be the best game for hand-eye coordination of all of the games that they have on here.
no, video,
No,
video,
no, it doesn't have the speed aspect.
you also, is
No, yeah.
when you Rabbi,
Yo, pimp, go for it, big dog. Dude, I got into like an impossible one again. Okay. Next time you come in here, what's going to be on your arm?
Close.
No,
Not really.
you got it. You're going to have to go to the store then, aren't you?
Yeah.
It's going to be the thing that helps you. And then eventually you're going to overcome it, and then you're not going to need it anymore. You're going to have normal relationships with people.
Yeah. All right.
I don't think I did a hard one.
All right.
I didn't do the hard one. I think I just did whatever. So we have to do the hard one.
Okay. Okay. I'll be back. All right. Okay.
You're never coming back, are you?
And for people who go to war, it's going to always be too lesson turned back to his God's life and the impact of how and where did he after conquering the whole empire in Central Asia. Jesus was returned, and they had a great political celebration and all celebrated about it. They had so much wealth to distribute to everybody. Things to know for it. They have including the people who helped save what he was in. Great time. He attacked at the time was the Vietnam Nation. They had no allegiance to him, and then when he moved to the Middle East, they were used as troops. He didn't forget that. He's going back to the time of the nation, and he's going to again. He was crossing the Gulf again, which takes a long time. And then you see, he's not resistant to living by hunting the world. We say the wild house. August of 1227. We don't know the exact date, so very specific, but we have this which date and time because it is one of its keeping it secret until the debate of the railroad was completed. Congress collect things to nothing. When they surrender, you kill one of them. And this is was used in jail. He died there. Oh, He wanted to talk about the succession and to get some consensus from them about the succession. And so he said, the Mongols always call on people to speak by order. They also serve tea. So he called the first one. He said, what did you say, Such? This is always favored him. You know, the youngest was too hot. What good was it? Drink. That thing was very preachy. Favors Such as a more reasonable, good warrior. My son's spirit. It's a good thing. Second, he jumped up. This is when all kinds of things. How do you call on this market? If you call on him, that means you want him to be the Greek God. Should not be the Greek God. It's more like honor, you know, but Genghis Khan is the greatest ruler in the world. By his second son. This is when he gave that impassioned speech. History, like it was his anyway, I think it was his words on that day. I think you do not know you were the stars were moving in the sky, heaven was turning, the earth was turning. You do not know who you do not know who you are. You do not know what your mother did. And if I say he is my son, who are you say he is my son? Really respectable. Life. I don't know. Passions. You are what you say. He said, what do you want to do? And then he said, it's your situation. Being drunk. He said, well, a good day. Look, he was the most generous. He was for every party. Drinking every time. One time, the chicken took the great judge to see what history. So he was sleeping on a cold window. The reason I don't know what he also had passed out drunk. But I got him out drunk. I pulled him back into the party, and look, he was a party guy. So he was chosen as the next great. Unfortunately, plan B, that Genghis Khan had daughters. The first wife was somebody who was her body. Something. She was born this few years. After he died, she she was the greatest empire in the world. Genghis. Yes. very widespread discrimination at that time, and to not care what anyone just making the right decision, like keep the empire together. There was peace. She stopped all campaigns. There was peace during her time. The women, like such as Doris and others, were extremely into economics and trade and running these private corporations called she became much more interested in economics and the trade and the empire. There was a time of peace. The peace was better for trade. It was a peaceful time. Like all of us, she favored the son, the successor. None of the sons were great. They had favored her. She reached out to great while she was still alive. She had her primary minister was also a woman named Fatima. So they were going to purge her court, kill a lot of people supporting Muslims, and they killed off a lot. And then he was going to march against them at home because they were supporting him. So he settled. His wife took over college. Unfortunately, she was not able as her mother to go to college, was a bit greedy, and she was in wars. She just didn't. She didn't go for too long. And this is the concept of the time was able to help people. She united with the Golden Horde. She was on one end on China. She had northern China. Golden Horde had Russia. The two of them united against the center, and they overthrew Ogle Hamish, and she put herself essentially the initial spirit of what Texas stood for. In the end, it was a he favored his sons, even knowing they were not so people, he loved the grandson that he loved. He organized went to today almost a corporation. Everybody in the family. So, that's why soldiers that were Christian soldiers, Brazilian soldiers that kept 10,000 each. The Russians would own silk factories. Would own silk factories in jade in China.
Yeah, go. Yep. Did you know you have the lead?
No, I'm not.
Yep. I haven't, so I don't know. I've never lost you. I've never lost you in this game. You need to get a rubber band.
Forgot the too. But basically,
Oh, Zoot.
types of subcontinent. You have the Jews who live on the Malabar coast here and the southern part of the continent, and then you have the circle by green square here in the north, in the city of Mumbai. And then you have the so-called Baghdadi Jews who are not all from they all concentrate in Kolkata, but also located in some of the populations where Jews had previously resided, and finally the so-called Desi spread out in sectors that are also found within populations. Let's have a look at these four Jews very quickly. First of all, let's be good Jews who are the earliest Jews recorded in India. They from ancient Turkey. No scriptures, the Tanakh. There are several that are Tamil, which are most great on the way to Israel, and there are exploits like that. Also,
That's a miss. That's a miss. That's a miss. That's a make. That's a miss.
Solomon's
That's a miss.
been
That's a make. That's a make. That's a miss.
ancient sources, sources, sources that trade with the West Coast, and by the time you get to the Radhanite who we spoke about in a they travel through the world, definitely are engaged in trade all
Zoot,
across
you're down.
European and they're described primarily
470 points.
Jews
Get it.
who are visiting, who are in
That's a make. That's a miss. That's a make. That's a make. That's a make. That's a miss. That's a miss. Make. Make. Make.
legends that we have that specifically refers to them of three that are of a chart that will issue coaching from local kick. Sets the tone for a reminder of coexistence. Other things with indigenous anti-Semitism. Right? That's like so hard to believe, but there's very incidents of Jewish this. This is the fact that ironically fades because of the lots of gods, each one more. But anyway, that's in so to copper kind of chart a promise to a possible legendary and all many of them the right to use a salt reserved for royal. The
Revolving restores 10 hit points.
and of course, the origins of the ancient period. Allow right
Baby.
and one of the reminders that it is just like right now, really does
Yo,
multiple ways, and so although it does like description,
yo, pimp.
I love the best. Made up
Let's see it, big dog.
so fast. They need to have connected, or even they fast.
Best song ever. Oh, that song's amazing, dog. I love it. It's great. Oh, baby.
Also fascinating. There was a but by the actual synagogue functionary would take a light from the air from the flame that burns inside the synagogues. In one of the synagogues, it tends to be an electric bulb, but it's sometimes made to be a fire, but so you put water to actually an actual flame. And you would carry this paper to all the way over like oil set up on the outside that goes in, share the light of the fabric. So major Western incident was a way to discover what was the and exploring the trade. This is the Portuguese depiction of the Jews of God represented them backwards to and there's an interesting kind of thing happening with the Bible where some of
You're up, pimp.
sometimes often by one of those is nonetheless the gospel of God was an interesting Jewish character who was apparently forced by Moscow the Gama himself.
What up, pimp? Cigarettes? Vaping? To slowly reduce the amount of nicotine you have in your vape until it's at zero. Allegedly. Evolve. Then you heal. I think we're done either way. It doesn't matter. I know. I know. Yep. Good move, dude. I did see what happened. It made one of the berries a blue thing. I don't know that you did. I think you hit me. You're done. No,
Oh, yeah.
you're very close.
I'm very close to winning. Oh, I realize that. One point, real point.
Yeah.
Rabbi,
Go ahead, Zoo. I don't know about that. You're up.
go momentum. Rabbi,
Yo, Pimp. That's a good move.
I just lost.
Reload. Reload. Zoo, you have an invitation. Zoo, you have an invitation. Zoo, you have an invitation. Zoo, 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 Zoo. Are you going to accept it? All right. Zoo, you have an invitation. 5 days left until what? Zoo, you're fucked. No, it's not. It's the best. It's the best to have the fire. Yeah, but then it's even more fire.
Yes. Um, you're looking at that.
That's the way a smart person. That's the way a smart person would look at it.
I just hope. Oh, hey, summer talk.
Dude, come on, man. What up, man?
Man, how do you say a better long term than short term?
You remember things longer? I don't know. I mean, it's not like you have like the greatest long-term memory ever. So you just do your best to work on short-term activities to improve your mental capacity.
I can remember phone numbers of my friends from
Okay.
that
Yeah.
contact.
I know what you're saying. Their whole phone number.
Not just one friend, but like all of them.
Okay. No.
I mean, my long term memory's not that great. I can't even remember your
Okay. So, no. No. Yep.
birthday
Okay.
while we're birthday.
More than that. 364.
365.
Next year is not a leap year. It would be 364.
I, okay.
Okay. Okay.
Did I comment in the stream?
Perhaps.
You were born in 1995.
Correct.
Beautiful.
Dude, why are you so obsessed with birthdays? Go. Yep.
Write that movement.
9.
I fucked up. Fucked up.
That water saved you.
See how I fucked up. Where should I go?
If you do, you get banned. If you ask anybody about me now, especially since I've been spamming people like crazy this week, everyone will ban you.
Why do you think that
Because I've improved my bot and they're just like extremely annoying.
is? You're the most hype.
For sure. Oh, I made a mistake. I made a big mistake.
I mean, you know,
Yes, sir.
he's feeling that.
Why do you think you made a mistake? Zoo? Yeah. That move saved you in this game. You were gonna lose if you didn't make that move. I don't really have any good moves.
Okay, fine.
It's over. You're done. Zoot, you have an invitation. Electric one. You're up, pimp. What are you gonna do, son? I fucked up. You're up, Zoot. What are you gonna do, son? Calm down, Zoot.
Rabbi,
What up, baby? Okay, big dog.
big,
Who's we? Who's we, Zoot?
I'd like one person.
That's true. It's Miss Aquarius, not Aquarius.
Same thing.
No, you talking. Say what her name is. There you go, big dog.
What's the difference?
One is her name, the other is not her name. I don't know.
She's not a man. I feel like
I wasn't a coder, I'm a developer. And all of the code that I talked about knowing, I barely know it now. And I didn't even know it that well then. That's not what I do. I'm a developer, but technically I'm a project management professional. And what I'm going to do right now is evolve this guy, just in case you weren't aware. He's going to be super powerful. Oh, look at you, Zoo. That's a big upgrade. Are you proud of that? Zoo. Yeah, I know it is. What up, Tim? How are you? You can ask taking names. Let's go to your neck of the woods. He's playing the game against my friend.
that didn't work out. Like,
It's good.
oh, that's it. Okay, how about this? Usually, right? Going to be
Word, dog.
like, yeah. I bet.
All I know is that,
You're an
Zoo, your ticks are really hard. It's okay, bud. You need to get that rubber band, and you'll be okay. But you need the rubber band. It'll be a reminder to you. It'll help you. If you need help,
artist.
you absolutely do. normal people don't act like that.
Okay. I feel like if a psychologist would do what
That's
is that it?
shit, that's a big one. Dude, you might win. Dude, and you got the four-way, the four thing. Dude, you want me to play without the healer?
I'm not gonna be. I'm gonna be. Oh man. And you really you think they feel that?
The healer's the best. The healer's the best guy in the game that we play.
Oh, but this time I did. I was like,
I know, but just the way that we play. Dude, are you gonna confirm?
I kind of wonder what.
Dude, Zoot, it's over for you. This is my best level.
I can find that.
Yes, sir.
I should make more of that.
I think it's. I would rather go to second.
Set up.
I know. The question that I have for you is: do you think that was a good move? Oh, dog. This is a serious.
Do I think? Do I think? Do I think that the set up?
Word, dog. You're up, pimp. That was a mistake. Extra move. Yeah. And that, I mean, that's nothing. I'm not worried about it. Incorrect. Would have been to get this green here. To take away my extra move. Because then, I mean, what do you want me to do about it? That was a mistake. Why wouldn't you get the red? Yo, Pill,
How strength, find out like the true IQ of the weekend.
Perhaps we can already do that, big dog.
I don't
Okay, well, you keep thinking what you want to think, and that's cool. I'm gonna keep whooping your
know.
ass.
You saying that this place is out there that you should go and do?
Perhaps intelligence agencies can do that.
Really?
Word, dog.
Where are they?
The CIA, MI5, MI6.
That makes study.
Perhaps
Study education.
we might be able to do mind upload and mind download soon enough. Oh, Zoo, that was really good. Why would I want to evolve?
Like, just download it.
Correct.
What did you put a virus? Virus inside my brain. Take it.
That could be a thing.
Rabbi,
Yo, pimp.
let's make it right.
Okay, big dog.
And then YouTube is like that you're downloading, then uploading and downloading. Innovation. And educational information and other viruses inside there. That would be a fun.
Zoo, it's over for you, son. Perhaps.
Try something. 30%.
I can see that. What do you want to play next? Darts. It's relative. In the history of the universe, no. But in the history of a 5-year-old, yes.
And what?
In the history of a 5-year-old, like a 5-year-old child, Zoot, you're done. It's over. Zoot, you're done. It's over. Get a triple nine. Get a double 11.
So 30 years old.
Yeah, I mean, it just depends.
A lot would happen. Like,
Weird dog. That's a 7. That's a 19. That's a 20. Are you happy with that? You talk about it all the time.
I mean, how do you feel?
I embrace it. It was the best of both worlds. You could fuck chicks in their 20s or chicks in their 40s. No, all right, pimp. Let's see it. You just busted, son. I just checked out. Dude, do you remember when you were better at me than this game?
I think this is the best game for hand-eye coordination, to be honest.
You were better than I was at this game?
Right, right. You know,
Yeah.
I'm gonna pull it off. Triple 20.
Dude, do you remember when you were better than I was at this game? Dude, do you remember when you were better than I was at this game? And now you fucking get your ass smoked in it?
Alright, alright. You heard me. What were you saying? What were you saying?
Dude, do you remember when you used to smoke me at this game? But now I'm better at it than you are? I'm better at this game than you are. Do you need me to fucking say it again? I am better at this game than you are.
It's like,
Dude, you've been smoked 3 games in a row.
I love this again.
I know.
Do you know how bad that is?
You used to be really good.
We're all missing out.
Word, dog.
Like,
Oh, dude, triple 25 or double 25. Double 25. Get it, dude. Perfect game. You
yes,
did it. Good job, dude. Are you ready to play me 501 Pro Double Out? That was really good, dog.
you know that's not
It's very good. Yeah, that's it. Dude, what are your thoughts? I've done back to back hundreds. Oh, dude, you got 100. Dude, you've gotten 100. You got 100. How you gonna do? That's a 20. That's a one. That 20. That one was a big miss. What are you laughing, dude? Dude,
uh,
what are you laughing, son? Dude, that was really good. Dude, Dude, I just busted. I'm not good at the pro double out. Dude, are you proud of that? 25, dude. Dude, that was good. Dude, I just double out, pro double outed. You need a 5, dude. Get it. Double 5. Oh, get it. No, no, you busted. All right, I'm now going to send you an invitation to basketball. Dude, you have an invitation. Are you going to accept it? Dude, are you going to jerk yourself off raw? Are you going to accept it? Dude, you have an invitation, dog. That's a swish. You started with a swish, dude. You started with a swish. You started with a swish. Are you proud of five? Are you proud of 5 points?
So I paid it was like 23 first.
That's crazy, Tom. Is like everything a swish?
That's what it raised.
Did they get like everything with a swish? Yeah, like they got 11 swishes and one regular.
I might as well just really.
I don't even know how to be able to do that. I'm not saying I don't believe you, but yeah, they need a boot or something.
Oh my god. So, like, I'm wondering
Let's see what you got, Sue.
sometimes I am backwards.
Do you have dyslexia as well? Or you see letters backwards and stuff?
Uh, right, right. Sometimes that's like my ADHD because
You mean you had all these tests done? They didn't test you for dyslexia?
no,
We tied
that's
because it's a good thing. Which they test you. It's just like you see letters strangely. Okay, or backwards, or backwards. Okay, do you know that you have an invitation? I think you're very good at this game. I think you may be better than Riser. Riser's good at a lot of games, but this one for some reason causes some issues. I don't know.
I think it's,
It could be. I don't know.
oh, you what's your
Maybe the crocodile, maybe the kangaroo.
I don't trust the amount of
Good job, Zoot, with that game. You did really well.
never played.
Yeah, I don't play chess with people. It takes too much out of me. What's that? Yeah, we played it on Discord, and it's it's more fun when you have a bunch of people. Did you know that you have an invitation? Have you ever beaten me at this game? Zoot, you have an invitation, dog.
What's your best?
Zoot, Zoot. Don't worry about reversing. Worry about accepting my invitation.
If you never played with us, okay?
I'll answer you in a moment. I'm focused. What? I don't know. They have good games. You want to play Reversey? We have to learn how to play. Reversey is a two-player game played on the board with six squares arranged at 8 by 8 rows and columns. The game begins with 4 discs already placed on the board. A set of 64 identical pieces is shared by both players. Each piece is a disc that is black on one side and white on the other. Object of the game. The object of Reversey is to flip the most discs to your color by the end of the game. If both players have the same number of discs for the color, okay, it should be pretty easy. Oh, placing pieces. Players are designated white and black at the start of the game. Beginning with black, each player in turn places one disc onto a vacant square on the board. Once placed, the disc never moves, though it may be flipped and captured so that it changes color. The placing disc should be flip and move is legal if it captures one or more of the opponent's discs. You can see which moves are legal by the small opaque circles on the board. Captured. A disc or an unbroken line of disc of the same color is captured when it becomes flanked on opposite ends by two pieces, one of which must be the disc that was just placed on the board. For example, if a black player is about to place a black disc in the space with a yellow dot, doing so will capture the horizontal white disc to black, resulting in that captures may be made along ranks, horizontal rows of squares, files, vertical rows of squares, or diagonals. So captures may be made along ranks, horizontal rows of squares, files, vertical rows of squares, or diagonals. Oh, that's where rank comes up. Okay. Endgame. A player who cannot make a legal move loses his or her turn. The game continues until neither side can move. Usually, this does not happen until the board is entirely filled. The player whose color is up on more of the discs at the end of the and at the end is the winner. You'll see the score next to each person's name. If both players have the same number of discs of their color, the game is a draw. Are you ready? All right, Zoo, you're up. It's Black's turn. Zoo, you're up. Dude, I don't give a flying fuck. Go. Zoo, go. There you go.
Rabbi, this
You're up, Zoo. Is there a timer in this game? What the fuck, dude?
what the fuck?
You're up, Tim. Because I'm sexy. What do you want me to do about it?
How did you
We're tied. What the fuck, dude? We're still we're still tied. We're still tied, and this game is amazing. It's fun. Maybe it sucks. I don't know. Let's see what happens. Dude, let's see what happens. All right, well then just fucking win. It's your turn. Yo, pimp,
But I find something.
maybe. Maybe it's reversed if you focus. Yeah, but you just made it all back up.
I get why. You know, it looks like you're getting too hot. Something like that.
Word, dog. What the fuck, Zoot?
Oh, I thought heard that. Really, that was just really, really bad. That was okay. That was bad. That was really bad.
Whoa.
And you can't see that now. Wait, how did you know that?
It can work
Oh,
like, let's see it, dog.
I don't get it. Can I come to it?
Dude, you're doing really well.
That was fun. One of
All right, well, you're up, though. What the fuck was that? Oh, look at that move, Zoot. Not necessarily.
how you look at the moment.
It's not open.
Holy shit. Oh, I won right.
Are you sure about that, Zoot?
Look at this. Oh,
It was close. Let's play again.
I don't know how I get.
Okay, well, you figure it out.
Yeah, but
A little bit.
I just thought that strategy.
All right, well, the best strategy usually when you play any game is to win.
That's good.
You almost won that last game.
That was bad. I, 'cause, 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 ' Oh, God.
That was really good. Really good move. This is a great game. Oh wow. Dog. Shoot, big dog. I'm beating you by one.
I nearly won.
Yeah, dog. This is a fun game. No one knows. None of our friend group knows how to play it. We knew how to play it. Now we know.
Every the double game in the and no one's going to play it.
Dog,
I mean, like,
come on, call. Yeah, that's right. Dog, we played mini golf, and like that's all we played for for like 9 months.
get after that. Actually, I mean,
What's that, Zoo?
you're going to chat JP. Us, what's it happening? Play it, play every single one.
Okay.
GPT.
I've got to say, Plato's extremely smooth, and has a lot of. It doesn't crash a lot. It's a great app. At least on iOS, it's very reliable.
Like, I just you can go to that.
Yep, I'm starting to learn strategies. Starting to learn strategies. I only have half the corners.
Shoot, you're gonna take out the one yet. What strategy? Why don't you do that?
Because I'm amazing and sexy.
What if, how did you do that?
Just being amazing.
How did that work? Done.
Don't resign. Again, this game is fun as fuck.
Okay.
Word, dog. Zoo, you have an invitation. Zoo.
I'm trying to figure out how to play, but I think I'm
Okay, well then go.
good. So,
It's okay.
terrible. Rabbi,
Yo, pimp.
I'm playing terrible all the time. Rabbi,
Yo,
what
pimp.
the fuck? Okay, came back. We talked. Okay.
This is an amazing game. Because I'm sexy and I've got a big cock. What do you want me to do about it? Maybe.
Rabbi,
What do you want me to do about it, big dog?
This is how bad.
Um, mm, maybe.
How bad is
He's worse than you are. You're a lot better than he is.
how bad is
I mean, he doesn't win as often as I would think he would. Kind of like an obvious game, but out of nowhere, it'll be like a win. Like, how did that just take him, just shock him? Oh, what a move, Zoo.
Hey,
Smartest motherfucker on earth. I think you need some work. You need a rubber band. We drew. Zoo, we tied. You tied me. No. Good job, Zoo. Okay.
How like we had such a
Because in reverse, it's like the whole thing can reverse.
particularly well that guy.
I don't really know. It's like even if you think that the game is over for the other guy, you can come back and win.
I think
Let's see it. Don't give up. Did you resign? Bye, Zoo. Zoo, what are you gonna get? What are you gonna get?
I'll be
That's right.
I'll be back later.
Okay, Pam. Take care. I hope you have a better day.
has to remove divisions primarily in charge of conquering and expanding the land to the more land that was serving the Jews. Build it to some extent. The Greek did not. So families were ruling the land, different territories. And we can live every generation. But that reminds me of a very popular idea about articulated in 2003, the genetic legacy. That estimates that 0.5% of the world's population is descendants. I've heard kind of skeptical of this. Actually, like findings. I talked to a friend of mine, who's a biologist, computational biologist, and he likes the big. I find it really convincing. I think your statement is about more the implication. It speaks to the thing that maybe the people call the brutal barbarian. Let's do 25% of the population because institutional is vastly great. If you want empire, if you are a person you make sure that lands are stable, flourishing. And so this is much better because by high value, like to be associated with so that means that 9 generations of the great coffee so that's to prove that is was the transformational effects it has on trade, culture, so on. It makes the most sense. In fact, the 25% just to understand it's just male descendants. The way it works. That means if they were to now correct this estimate, that they will have people descendants, direct male descendants, will increase or descendants of each descendant. What descendants can be much of that. I think it's pretty interesting. I think there's singular figures like this in history. It's interesting. One, the criticism was like, I don't have much rather scientific. There's so much scientific. No, they found that there was people on the yes. Then they yes, but they choose change. No That make you sad? These clans are still operating in Afghanistan, and they're still using the system. Many aspects of it that are out there in the world. And I think that I raise up the same way that Rothschild. They found so much information about Genghis Khan, books of Genghis Khan, that you can still read. So many copies. The Library of Congress, the Library of Virginia, the University of Virginia, the Jewish Community, and we still have not, we do not have religious freedom. We do not have the protections for women. We do not have the protections for sinners. The idea that the rulers do not want to face the common rather than being the same, we're the same, the same, the same situation. So I think that even if trust for years that live just in order to be complaining it's like not done what it is. Most infinite expression of this what us is continuing and would be those common apply from your reason his freedoms of these ideas. Because of his policy ideas, I think the important one still learn from that where actually to be considered not going against the going against the everywhere there and then it's details. So over here the interesting thing is a tax reason this you had precision to no interest. So spiritual. So these are policies. These are policies, but it's really don't learn from mistakes. Admit your mistake to yourself. With your mind. All of us say it. We don't learn from pause. Right? Autocracy. If you pass the exam with this score, you get evil that their ability. Thing that I think is very important. And even though he failed at the end of his life, and he turned forward for 2 years out of his family, it's a principle that he lived by. I think we can. I think it's just his his global understanding of education, and he had this sense that we should be united. We should have things that unite. We should have the law, but there should be higher average people. In global terms, just amazing to me. There is something to this really many ways. Representation of a magnum. Nothing will exist. Everything I can think of. Your father. There were many questions. There was either his mother or his wife. Made that his wife was the first break to go away. When the shamans only vendors I don't exercising too much. She understood how the works like that. There is story of the Mongol. It's like always horrified you. We're very good confused. It's hard to confuse. That's really good. They didn't know what to do. They said drink. Okay, yeah, sometimes it was other times it was there's only half the 14 is just a girl he calls his daughter. this, at this point,
Let me just ask one last.
it's always 4 years. The dog comes and all the world gives it that what goes out. I realize that this owner, I just wanted to child chicken. He grabs him up, and he grabs him, and he's holding the child. He's pulling him. He raised up. She grabbed him and held him down. And he's pulling him up. The high gear. You have to do it in the shade. Don't do it in the light. So they raised up axe and they killed the man.
My
So they
of expertise.
everybody. They wanted to be rewarded for saving the life of the little man. You killed the dog. Connie saved his life because he had the knife, but you not dare to kill me. She saved him. Very short story. And 2:15. 15 says, now let us reward our daughters. Tell me a phrase of a complete sentence. So, all these different designations of how to define
Anywhere.
let us marry. It was very clear. I have 3 husbands. Your honor, the bad gift to you. Goes in the army with me. The Chinese, when they arrived, Tony didn't know she was really this. And they said, well, she can read and write, but she's a supreme Chinese. She was allowed to get a sentence without her permission.
Have a whole
They didn't say racial
issue
there's a reason.
access to
in other cases with his mother, I think in that case, those women, their husband was on the holiday. She married several times. All of this. It was ruling in Siberia. She was the one who a lot of for example, there is one that there are infuses they died out.
Horizon.
David,
Lecture.
they just want to erase it. It was like, it always,
Thank you.
she was her husband was long, her sons were long. So they cut out those reasons, but they needed to threaten the power, particularly. There are other things that sometimes you can find a phrase that phrase was
if you want human nature, just the trajectory of humanity over the past several millennia.
I tend to have a certain love for individuals and persons. We're not alone. And especially not for institutions. I tend to have a great suspicion of almost everything in distrust in institutions over and over. I think that's prejudice. Find reasons to support that. Genghis Khan was very good at destroying a lot of institutions, bringing them to heal within this viewpoint. I like that. I stress that. I see those things.
You're welcome. Can you hear me? Yo, what's your Bigfoot Jones? How you living, pimp? You ain't got no see. Yo, pimp, how are you? Kicking ass, taking names. How have you been? What's new? Yeah, no, go ahead. Kicking ass, taking names. What's good and good? You know, same old, same old. I have been spamming people on Tik and seen a lot of growth in the Discord. We have like 50 new people joining the last week. That's really good. Oh, I'm doing well, thankfully. Every day's a holiday. Every day's a feast. How about you? Have you been like hurt? You were hurt? No. Did you say you went way out west? Oh, okay, I got you. Yeah, no, I get you. Did you see any cows? Did you see any cows?
Old, yeah. Old anyway.
Hey, look, what you remind me of? How'd you find out about me?
I think you should, what's his name?
Oh, yeah, that's right. That's right. Absolutely. Have you been on Twitter recently?
Times, but a few weeks.
All right. What's on your agenda for this weekend?
My mum's home. She's up. Yeah.
Are you playing dick like it's going out of style when you see some chicks?
Um,
Okay, are you on the dating app?
my health problems.
Okay. What's your health problem? Too big of a dick?
It's not going for me. But, it's hard for me.
Okay, so
And swinging dick, which is
oh, dog. All day, 24/7, 365. So many bitches I can't even count. I get bitches who just DM me that they masturbate to me. That's not too bad.
oh, really?
Oh, tons of them.
That's amazing.
Word, dog.
Um, like well, I don't think I've ever talked to you on the camera. So how do you know, how do you meet with
Oh, yeah, sure. So, I mean, I'm focused on streaming for right now, so I don't have any chicks in mind. But I get chicks who just come in here with their toys and just masturbate in front of me on camera, and I can't say that that's not a bad thing. Or I get girls who just want to text and dirty sexting, which is cool. And then I get chicks who are like, "Can I masturbate to you?" And I'm like, "Do whatever the fuck you want." I mean, I'm not the guardian. And then I get chicks who are they get like obsessed, and they're like, "I cannot have sex with my spouse without thinking about you." I'm like, okay, well, yeah, because it's known as mere exposure effect. The more that you expose yourself to someone over the course of time, the more they generally have a positive view of you and their behavior. You're like become influenced. You're Doug. So yeah, at least in terms of chicks, I gotta keep them up with the stick sometimes. I get a lot of guys, which I do my best to stay away from. But there are a lot of guys who become obsessed with me, um, and that kind of stuff. But that's not my thing. But girls, if they're if they're 18 years old or older, then yeah, I don't mind. Do whatever makes you happy. Absolutely.
I know what do you say?
Yeah, Doug, a lot. So I create robots on different platforms, and the one that how Bernard got a hold of me was it was my Blue Sky bot, and it tagged him, and he saw what I did. He came in here, he met me, and then he made that post about me, and that's how you and I met. Now, Blue Sky, you know what Blue Sky is?
Yes.
Okay, so Blue Sky has like 38 million users, but and it's cool, it's growing. but um, I just became public enemy number one there because of all my spamming to the point where the mods had to like redo their rules for me and or not just for me but for users. And I was doing really well. I mean, like I could still spam it, but what ends up happening if I put the name Rabbi in the name of my account, it automatically gets banned. So anybody who puts the name Rabbi in their account name gets banned. Also, if you put the word Discord in your account name, it gets banned. So I'm like, those are two words that I use a lot, but they just recognize that I was just really just spamming the whole platform 24/7. So
I mean, lots of the communities that you most street
in, in,
in
glo-
the
in global history, yeah, absolutely, that's true.
what time?
And it's about 5 a.m.
All right. Well, hey man, I kind of wanted to drop in for today and see how you're doing.
Absolutely, my friend. I hope everything goes well with your mom and your health issues, and I hope you are able to focus on slinging dick soon and come by whenever you're bored. Bigfoot Jones, we love to have you, okay?
Like,
You're strong. You'll get through it. You'll be better than ever. 6 months, maybe less. Excellent. Stay strong. If you need anything from me, I'm here for you. Okay, Big Dog? Absolutely. Love it. Take care, Prince. You as well, buddy.
Right.
There you go. So those the ultimate Corvette, a C6. I'll start the tour with something I exotic cars so that you can see through it. See, one also has a clear hood. Hello. ZR1's hood. You can't see the whole engine. That's cool. You just see the engine. Climb inside the hood. Looks like a regular Corvette. The base price for the ZR1 was $105,000 just 8 years ago. Inside, well, regular Corvette center screen, regular Corvette climate control vents, regular Corvette shift lever and center control set, regular Corvette dashboard performance, regular Corvette manual sliding seats, regular Corvette gauges with ZR1 logo, regular Corvette stops for the turn signals and windshield wipers, regular Corvette switchgear for the climate controls, and a regular Corvette parking brake sticks up out of the center console. It even has a regular G for the odometer to general motors green glow with a heads-up display. And let's be honest, on the outside, it looks pretty regular too. Considering this is a six-figure feature from the 638 horsepower, you admit that most people would probably look at it and think it's just a Corvette. But then again, none of It sounds like a little bit more involved, but yeah, this is the fabled Corvette scene. Honestly, I'm not really all that impressed with it. There's just not much to say about it. Then I moved on to some Trisky runs. So I have like a face. The face of someone who's satisfied with the ultimate Corvette. And this finally is my road. I'm starting to wonder what's wrong with this Corvette. So here's my conclusion with the Corvette SDR1. The interior and the exterior is not it's around town. Too much pain for a 60-year car. The speed, I think it's a different story. I was 20 and for that SDR1 just came out. I remember thinking to myself, why would anyone ever worry on road 6 years of real life that it realized this is really a competitor. Is it worth $100,000? Not to me, but I have to admit, if you look on Twitter and look through news listings, it's starting to creep into the low 60s and high 50s. In that territory, it's a whole different thing. Just like thank you. To the front. He just to the back, to the front. Yeah. To the front. He just ducked his in the back, to the front. He just ducked in the back, we're to the front. To the front. To the front. In the back. Lady to the front. Lady in the back. Lady in the back. Over to the front. To the front. Go into the school. Just go wild.
that the young people do. Innovation always bringing me things that we may find courage. Very able to speak. After you're still in Mongolia, part of it was because the climate situation was real. And also, there was sidewalks are broken, everything's I pick up the wheelchair. We could go to the opera, you had to go this stairs to get. We would go, and I had no worries. I go, two guys are inside, two guys the other. They do not say, excuse me, man, I help you, but they do not wait for you to say thank you. No, they just do it and they walk away. They're suffering. Singers will come there all the time to sing to love the house. And they would even dance sometimes. The dancer or said fiddle. The house. They treated this evil person. You ask, it's like insulting the people, like, ask you for something. You walk in, you sit down, they fix food for you. These are the things that give me hope. Institution in the world, no, big things, not all the platitudes of like God save us from the platitudes of, you know. Flash flood and you got stuff. Or you just show up and you make somewhere to have your home. Or your child is going to be there with water and but the mother said that we're all somebody they believe that they're obligated to take care of anybody in your area. You take care of individuals do. A few, even though I'm glad you find joy. That I like that so small. To live with him. Education. He didn't want me to go. He volunteered to go. Because there was a rule that they their will. It was needed to protect brothers. What he didn't know was the father had to go to college. I can't say, oh, Mr. King and having a party and not serious. I failed English. I failed. And this was just a huge change to me. When you go probation, I didn't. So it took me a long time to confess the story. I told her, just look at me, she said, she's a professor, no. Anything you want. And she had the power to make me believe everything. I don't care what she said. And I was and she inspired me. She told me, it's just when she on the video, and I'm thinking, just tell the story. Just always she just loved hearing how high can you know family activity. Certain things like that. Worthless teenagers. And my wife, we have we would talk a lot. One time she said, you know, this disease is going to take my life. It's to take you on. If you gave up, right like this, she said, how do you expect me to die? I know. Example.
joy. And she had this elegant blue coat but it's great. This huge column. On the North Face Storm. And we went to see Leah Blitman's going. Her last I could warn you. But that was Atlantic slave trade behavior. Tragedy. It doesn't matter what these people in my view, actually, that's his job. Did definitively act on October 7th, brutally murdered 1,000 and so have led Josh. She actually flourishing. Norms was that leads to more evil, to more destruction, to more suffering. This has to stop. 2 years ago, I spoke with the there's a video of it. What to hear their voices seriously. It was a deeply moving experience. Writing right up. Leaders, historians, jurors, activists, singing, there's always fear. Well, we humans, right? But you never get this idea of it. Conversation anthropologists, specialized in Genghis Khan, Mongol Empire. Truly proud, thoughtful. So, this was a huge honor. Cyrus, our sponsor, and to this channel. Well, whatever. Jenkins Khan, where it was in the year 1162, became the largest contiguous empire in history. Years old, his father, his tribe, living over abandoned to the harshness of Mongolians that thrown away so, the Mongolians
get a sense of the wire goes on your bed. Just to make detail. Just get that folder. Because it was just a second back. Someone is looking to scale. That's not all spacious beginning. Just episode after episode. Real choice vicious. The father of the book came. Right. He was my younger. So, God him. Where's the little guy? Where's this young boy? He's coming from the island. And I ain't going to let him. It's a dark house. Some other people never found him. But they give him well, and eventually it's here. It's very hard to be. I never navigated like a lot. Really, between the book and his discussion. Because then when he was in his 9 years old, his father decided to take the book to find a place. Which when you like you're reading the child and family and he will live with them and he can raise him, but they're going to make him everything he wants. Bring him their door life was officially when he didn't take them with their son because I wanted to make them. There's something about him that had been a tendency on his mouth with my children or even now the mother takes him and he's going to take him to his family. He never married. I started with another thing way from the first thing he came across. And the words of the secret is strict. So he is to love. There was fire in his eyes and fire in his eyes. And he saw this girl, Krishna, who was about 9 years old, and he wanted to stay there with that family, according to the story. That's how the father intended that family. On the way home, he saw a drinking party, and he decided to join them. They were to another. He did not to that. Well, let's take everybody, guys. They figured out supposedly they poisoned him. He got on his horse and was able to fly across the street. What was that? A few days he shot him. Oh, no. Which is all but him up in the family. Nobody does this. They like those rebels. They're one of those first enemies. To get him, take him back to the district or to come with this story. They make him do it. Well, there are no minor chance for sons. And they think they don't do it. What they make the door house and spread behind it. They have a those like so she gave time you know we do not have even take care of it. Involved in that was really the signal that when they moved here, take it so that it would not fall within it. And so she reached around and we were a little bit nervous. At this time, one of the friends of the family and they killed him in their board. Years old. Was on this
two children. Fish, you could do feed the family. At this point, yes, even after this, at one point, he was happy that we would say, we should sleep. When we're every night he would be taken to a family. There was a celebration where the woman not very that he's trapped. It is a profession. Turning around very quickly talking about the first lesson that anything that not worth this is kind of very he was to the river to drive. He's still back. The people are looking for him. They come out the river, and he's hiding underneath the water for the most part, trying to breathe as best he can. But it's dark, and it takes him a little bit. They give him this we can't escape. But openly, he's staying here. One family, and he's only a goat. And he was trying to do it. He risked it himself. Well, isolated family, not participating from the pressure on them. Well,
their way of getting treated. There are few so even the genealogy to what you see going women having people realize that later what had happened to my mother. What the kidnapping of her at age 16, he has somebody who loves him. Fire in the eyes. There they are. There's a lady running function is there, running function is sleeping. Vibration. She saved her. Is he going to just resign himself to it? Is he going to come up with another woman? stems.
Okay. Some of the
Also, he said, send a message to him to get troops. You have to tell the story of joke. This story, Genghis Khan, people dating, the soil, and here is a person who's not of his kin, but the closest way brother. What this describe is both the best thing to us happened. Genghis Khan and one of the biggest Jews in Italy years. His family in winter camp generations was kidnapped and actually the descendant of her that she was trained in the Vietnam. And then decision from her
by the they're basically Jewish community.
Similar in that most their fathers very early.
Where the
which later he said
most of the Jews live
as the life he has this emotional deprivation
population.
people. Boys good friends playing on the and so they played on the ice. Very early on, I think when they were they decided to make a pact. It's called
Foreign. That was the idea.
it. A friend is
Even if
like,
it
no, in his language,
once.
friendship, but honor. They swore that they would be there for each other at every moment.
Here's another
And
way
they
to look
exchanged. So he told them to have the knuckle bone of a deer. Knuckle bones are used in these games. Some are used to forget the future. Roll them around. On the ice, we'll say,
But there's also
wintertime in Mongolia, it can be up to 50 degrees. Absolutely smooth. Far away. When you're ice, you hear that celestial sound. It's unlike any sound. It's just an angel singing under the light. So that's one fascination about it. They swear it again, but there's like a white. They have both arrows. They exchange arrows. Text is very specific. Took the horn off of a 2-year-old saying if you want to go the animals in America, he said if it's like animals, put it in a direction to make the animal look so that their exchange program. I told him, I don't raise someone to go with you. And he did. Some Jews all bought them. He told me that when he said some Jews, different to his troops. But then just to put his family, he just had his brothers. But they said, the people, and they're until they go. A little bit fierce, but not necessarily think that it's right. Result of station. You give that a little speed, all the things you're going to do to the market. We're going to jump we're going to kill them. We're going to kill the men and the women and the children. Short. We'll just with these people around. Extremely military. Contact. Rather critical. Came late, and he gave we give our word. Word is ever. Doesn't matter. He be there on don't be sure to all purchases. Superiors. Russia. Graduate market man, tell the people are economic as fast as possible. First, I have no idea what's happening. Just what we didn't have to hear. Out west. So she, phenomenon. She jumps off the car and she runs to him. This is the goal. This is what we here. It was very clear about it. In terms of much like that and they had a development direction. None of the Persian chronicles, none of the Chinese chronicles, none of them in German should also. English history was transit. Floor, the Rothschild region of the United States. Your brother has complete authority over the younger sibling. Refer to him with his recipe. I'm Paul. So it's looking his brothers, do not marry his brother. If he has a son with another wife, his wife. So it would be common but he passed away within I don't know that that happened. But I think he did from the to a sense of that's perfectly acceptable. Ohio, yes, it's only German.
So that's
Anything he wants. His younger sibling. It's not going to stand for. In the record, carrot than not.
more about this a little bit later. Let's have a look. So here it takes all of America. So
You will never get me. You were worse than she was great. She was obviously I don't think it was important. I don't think it was
how portion of
is extremely dull.
later on talking about the migration for now. It's interesting. Show I seeing it make situation history. Otherwise,
Resolved it at a very young age. So he had that experience behind him. Victor's younger brother so great with him and with the women who get to burst the back. So their life. Thank you very much. I think it's whatever reason, she came in and made her family liked him in some way. She didn't know what she had to understand. It was a type of thing she should have been married. I don't get explaining why. But it was certainly a strong person to have to be with. Not very good. That was too royal to each other. Or she was, I could say, the most important person to him. After that. He was really too good. never claimed to bring distinction. They're separated.
was
But
primarily
now, the John relates to him, but at first, they're finding a different kinds of pains. For what
society should
separate making all was writing, and he wanted his son to marry the daughter. And which inflates the belief he's to blame.
very much
His Lord. I mean, there's an obvious breaking through. It's hard to know what's going through. We only have it later on.
like in order your
Our relationship is resolved. One of them never truly. The Temujin really rise up. People who take
quite
my heart. It was a new time.
It doesn't make any sense.
around them.
You're actually
Today, how much 20 years ago, they've been children. It's a French name.
Bibles, for example, rights of sex. Clearly,
but he was rolling over here, and so now he's the next over 9 months. He becomes
population.
tells them
You have a fascinating
against, there was that he's along with some of his people.
I talked to the gym.
Against
Yes.
Practical at this point.
I'm like, you know what? I'm gonna
Complete.
What happened?
Again, reality.
You're not there. almost want to get I don't really what I think. Can't find yes, I am. Yes, I
Actually, a separate prior to because he wanted to know what he was going to do exactly what state within the state. It doesn't make sense. There's an issue there. What if people out there affairs which is system comparable to French law and things like that. He wants to know a little bit about the disability that first piece was the ability of the Jews to present the Jews about the Jewish doctrine. It basically thought that that's like it was obviously there are interfaith relationships, but that's really first certainly all those things that are to that. In the 18th century, it was no, it's not allowed. It's fascinating that the assembly of 1% which were made up largely. There was a small number of Jews the Orthodox, and they essentially one of these said, well, not exactly, precise, you what kind of people in London, I think most dramatic moment in the gathering. So they asked them, would the Jews defend perhaps they consider themselves French or would they enjoy the the fact is that France and Germany are able to wars just about once every 30 or 40 years. But that behind us. But he was really concerned about this. He was living in house where the British, being British is a much closer language to German than it is to French, and that they had all kinds of contacts with some interpreters. Well, what happened was that they wanted to war with French fight. And dramatically, the just very so the brilliant was satisfied with those answers. He said, great. So we decided to be a formal institution. They invited and they would study I had fantastic. It was actually a really for a scholar significant accomplishment and still studying to this day. He was a member of the and that he was kind of making weight on the like perspective. Here's what I want to say about the goal of the director organization. Over time, talk about formal understanding of rights in Austria. Rights as opposed to concessions is an extremely important notion and a great step. But what happened over the next period of years was really quite distressing. Austria, like much of Central Europe, through a revolutionary pushed back, and revolution was a political side of this idea. So, with the general constitution that was in 1849, civil and political rights were issued for everyone in the and not the opposition. But in 1851, when there was a conservative backlash to that revolution, those groups were propagated, and then slowly what was happening at the beginning. You also had very significant opposition to emancipation from Jews themselves, led by Hassan Sofer, a very important rabbi, who essentially said that emancipation was not assimilation, not about and we should a very to maintain integrity. This the zeitgeist, the trend, like the people of Austria and there was emancipation to the Jews as well. This is also a period of social change in Germany because they did finally in Germany, this region has extensive long struggle between conservative, specifically with regard so in Germany, in the 19th century, which was not united for most of the 19th century, it was very rights given to Jews and they were very it was a kind of matter of social hesitance. So like where social demonstrated the readiness for emancipation, but before it was actually granted in Germany, you had a situation where there was definitely very little social readiness for emancipation. There were some white light, was very important work for the emancipation of Jews. But by and large, far more representative would be someone like Rothschild, a very significant historian who entered into a very debate as what the Republican history of the Jews. Rothschild coined the unfortunate phrase, the Jews. He articulated the position that was very enthusiastically by Adolf Hitler. But of course, the Holocaust. So that's a very quick the emancipation of Western and Central Europe. The next video I'd like to look at is very privileged, very different. But if you enjoy this video, please consider subscribing. We have a community that's always expanding, bringing in lots of people to study Jewish history. And I guess that's about it. Very much for watching. Hello. Hello. Modern. Obviously, as long as have been the nature. Political ideologies are at an era the great kind of like a relationship with faster than player. That entire way from uh, for running with the whip, politics. It was economic, like the other side of the bus, but nevertheless, Most traditional historically are way to test it early with that more from Canada, United States, Canada, is 4 million to Western Europe, to Brazil, and Africa. So, somewhere else, including that. She'll see as a group 20. We're not going to change widespread Jewish socialist mastermind behind, can't strike that first. Sorry. Something parent was meeting and social anti socially great culture Under, they still have parts of claiming the also and socialism eliminate you know force. I arrived. I was considered, almost a rabbi. It said essentially, we're not going to leave we're not going to leave society, socialist, but not Israel, which actually that sort of fact of evolution that has advanced political state to constitute identity of perpetuating their culture. Limited amount of impact brain to war states, Lithuania, Latvia, and Estonia. However, which is kind of like cooperation of she was always on his side. And I knew to look on it. It was just a little too long. These things like, oh, I'm gonna drop down on the market and I'm gonna go to kill everybody and he had a clear view of that, even in a way giving them a little bit of Joe also explained himself that they didn't lie. He said, something like that brings true. There were some elements of it that were true. It certainly didn't have the real genius for dealing with people, dealing with schools or systems. In that relationship, making believers which is our fact. It was almost very practical and the way to normalize the system. Right. Yes. About that. dress the way my soldiers dress, and I live the way my soldiers live. And no way president, well, until inside with on the hot with pages because they have great goods and their people. But he just didn't have the differ, but I think that was their people. Jesus God's been taking their lives. That is one of the wonderful things about Jesus God's stories. Becomes a problem. He remains the same person who does not have the opportunity. We change it, Lord, if there is what you don't mind, there's but he never, never resisted anybody. He was never greedy. Never kept us in line. Part of the simple life for him, like no one was allowed to write about him. No one was allowed to make his likeness. They couldn't make a picture of him. They couldn't make a statue of him. No building could be built dedicated to him. No palace, no tomb, no temple made historic. Not even one of them, but the simplest creed. It's fascinating that it doesn't know the world head of the intelligence to understand how complicated that is. And told me somebody knows a statue of you. It's very small. Of course, we're doing seeing the world of the gods. The money is up to 6 minutes and it took down the right information. Not being able to select the right being able to to lead the territory that you could create. So it's interesting that he had that foresight of that's because it's a dangerous road to go down. It's very hard to explain. It's stuck to that valley gun. You're so easy to not work. But and yet, he maintains a very fierce attitude. His relationship with the people around him is part of most like the workers really been part of the work that he was sent for. That was his relationship, his family, and his lives. This was what was important to him. The victim portrait was taken until 1278. Well, by then he already been dead for 51 years. And had no statue until the 21st century. It's incredible. Let's move to document that you referenced several times, the secret history. Secret history is very accurate document. No, you have to do a little bit very much. But I said, take it out a little bit, thing to be written up from him. And his life, the people couldn't take notes because hardly was the he. Take us note. What are the invention of the album and what all the people that was announced of the week? So there's things on the gold of right from a bigger company. When he ordered that, and he ordered his children to read and write and they posted not but one of the things he did was every campaign, even dominant the market when he was compared to was he's a one orphan. And that child became a member of the congregation in his house. His mother would raise him. So he eventually had a full house with boys of 50 different tribes. They all this was going to be lost. This is a great historic thing that has happened. Part of it contributed, helped them. The Solomon unclear.
Zeus,
It was basically exactly where I got much.
how you living? Why? Dude, did you get a rubber band? Okay, when you go buy a bag of rubber bands, okay? Okay, well, I don't care. Fucking you go buy a bag of rubber bands, okay? Why are you mad? All right, so what? Are you gonna buy it? No, that thing's dead. Are you ready for a game invite? Dude, dude, you have an invitation. Dude, okay. I think I do.
Well, I'm in the lake.
What up, champ? Dude, 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 go. Not yet.
Who I am.
No, it's like 6, 7. You ready?
Right.
You're up, dude.
Find this game again after this one.
Why?
Fuck, look,
Great.
I don't remember.
I do, and I beat you every game.
That's not true.
Yeah, I have. I'm not. Oh no, you're right. We tied one of them.
You think life is short?
It's a relative question, subjective.
You think it's long?
Depends. For a fly, it's long. For a tortoise, it's shorter.
Turtles.
You're dumb.
What's the longest living?
They say that some lobsters don't really die if they're not hunted, so they might live indefinitely. Yeah. But traditionally, it's been the giant tortoise. Yeah, but traditionally, it's been the giant tortoise.
Why do you think turtles have such a long lifespan?
They have a protective shelter to protect them from predators. Also, they live in areas many times where they don't have natural predators. Like they live on an island.
All the time.
Dude, you have an invitation. Zoo.
There's a clan. There's a clan that's lived for 500.
Okay, good. Zoo. There are like 2,000-year-old trees, even a lot older than that.
Even plants, even plants that have consciousness.
What?
You can plants that have a consciousness.
Yeah, I kind of do. Especially like carnivorous plants, like Venus flytrap.
I just noticed that like it's kind of weird when you see like trees dying and have all the trees next to themselves dying.
Well, you made a comeback.
But have you ever seen like trees dying? Like, on it, like being rain.
Fuck.
You notice that?
Okay.
I didn't. Oh, you made it. I had maybe it was just
Okay. Oh, Zoo, you took the lead. Zoo. Oh, how didn't you win? No, this is second hardest. This is standard. Dude, how didn't you win? Well, anytime you were gonna beat me, it was that one. You're not gonna beat shit. So you are. Yo, Tim. Dog, I don't know what the average human does. It's 7, maybe as many as 10. Like telephone numbers or like numbers in a row. Like 10, maybe. No.
For the holy purpose of Israel, in fact, represented the
yeah.
Abraham, Isaac.
I know somebody who like can remember birth dates like just incredibly well. Like if you tell me a birthday once, they'll just remember it, and they'll know all the famous people whose birthdays were that. They knew all the presidents' birthdays, all the queen and king's birthdays, all that shit. Why? What public holiday? Is it the King's Day or whatever? Is it what is it? Martin Luther King Day?
Yep.
Yeah, but that changes every year. Not this year, but it changes every year. No, nobody knows that. No, nobody in the United States knows that.
each other. It's complicated. My father, I know what it gets for.
Like 50% of businesses do. Like banks and stuff do. Some schools do. Yeah. Winter break. Yeah, there's a winter break. No, it's usually like 3 weeks. Yeah. Now, like businesses don't get that much up, but schools do.
Celebrate have a winter.
Usually, and there's a spring break, and a lot of times there's a fall break. A week.
History.
Dude, this last one, I've never seen it before. It just finished. No, 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 no. It was like four things thick at an angle. It was super hard.
Holocaust. Holocaust.
How?
We have
Is the word genocide. This
yeah, next one.
and see that
During Christmas. It goes. Last week again.
there's a list of targets. So a term that began to be used in the 19th poster from a film, Stream and others, term, problematic term. It is a word taken from the the verse translate twice and a pleasing order. The term really has a sense of everything being burned, even though the victims in the death they were doesn't talent. It's not a theological problem. People say that if the servant is the sacrificial lamb, so to speak, say that connects to God. Many religious thinkers prefer not to use the term Holocaust. The term Korban connected to the destruction of the Jewish era and 70 of the common era. So religious thinkers Korban is definitely popular as a that's problematic for more secular history. The term is also in the Bible, but it does not have connotation. The last term because some term extermination of the Jews.
Oh no, dude, we're on the same one. This one's hard.
Really?
They're spread out.
I just did, baby. Archery.
Stop anti-Semitism spread. Specific coloration through several racial specifically that together dominate dominate minority bacteria novel that shirtless man dominate otherwise and out
was a good one.
So the metaphor goes that if you break the journey, quite distinct, different, they would present a threat that goes on.
Yo, Pimp,
Propaganda that shows
you got 3 bullseyes right now, you still lose. That's 1.
deadly this is terrifying.
Get a bullseye.
Wrangling save Austria, right? Being
Sorry. What?
Word, dog.
That's the kind of
Zoot, 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 you have an invitation. Zoot, I won. You have an invitation.
relationship.
Get it. Get it. Get it. That was not good. Zoot, you have an invitation. Go, big dog. I don't know.
very sympathetic. He got credibility jail for his which he essentially laid out. It's a rambling, coherent document that lists all of his anti-Semitic ambitions for Germany and so on. Essentially, this gave him thugs organized to intimidate much of the population in various elections that were held in the 1920s. But it regained a majority of the vote in passing the election. We got 6% of the popular vote. Actually, quite a bit more in 1930 and 1932 as primary. The communists marched to the percent. A lot of dirty tricks that look at the communists lost quite a bit in the last election. The Democratic Party lost 120% of the vote. So the coalition style that was prominent in the country, the opportunity to be the largest single party, the reality of government, and that on identifying Jews with so-called very broad and clearly identifying them by racial characteristics is how much blood come as measured by their grandparents creating side
That's big time, dude.
advancement services on whether was
No way.
removed from service from
Stop.
most were put in place gradually out. This culminated in a dramatic attack of its time.
Oh,
1938, in which
trouble.
against widespread burning, South Christian comes from and it was like a platform for the Jews.
Yo, Pimp.
There were very few countries who
Rabbi.
actually at that time had and fewer elsewhere.
That comes out not to be the smoker.
Go, Zoo.
Thank you very much for watching.
That was the best movie I made.
Yeah, because I'm amazing. Sucks.
Do you know why that was so?
You're fine.
Did you know? You know what?
Why is that, Zoo? Right, let's see it. Yo, pimp, what do you want me to do, baby? Yo, big dog. Okay. Oh, that helped. Where's that, big dog? What up, pimp?
They say
Yo, Tim.
Regular one?
Yes, sir.
That's the fire.
I can't do what I want to do.
Oh, you can't.
No. Oh, an extra move?
That one. Yeah.
What a comeback. What a comeback, dude. What a comeback. I'm good, baby. All right, dude. I gotta get some sleep, big dog. Come back tonight. Peace, big dog. Come back tonight.
Very important. Discussion. Maybe there were, but this is earlier history. This tells 15 years. He's cast out. His father was he can die I tend to think it's accurate. There's a by the time you get alive, pages because sleeping in the same year with the you will read to sit till that bed. You can't do this. So it's a very this is one reason that it was only family. They were trying to uphold things. Secret for a very long time. The thing which now the 19th was working. discovered a manuscript. Very, very odd. Some people that it was anything between Chinese characters. But it makes no sense what he pronounce it. It makes it a point. It was in the code that we used to record information.
that they're recording this.
They use Chinese characters to record.
Operation
Once they found it, version operated some of the versions I took very much. I liked it. Some of it seemed to be really sharp. It wasn't 100% pure. It had little things that happened to it along the way.
seeing this map here.
Things have been stitched here and there. And sometimes a bunch of it call it and sometimes they call it hot. So there are little things like this that go around. It's a document. It was not published in English until 1982. It was written, and he was having trouble with the publisher. The first information, the second volume was going to be the notes. The second volume was lost. So this it hasn't been found. Now it's in two and a half. And then published on Harvard University. But the notes were just the notes from the school volumes. There are Chinese notes that we went in large understanding. And they all disapproved of something. They would put their own notes to correct the story and explain it. Women would be often English themselves. Confusion. Skip around. Attached to it. Someone put it for anything else. Related, and then brings a good point for me.
Or that would stand up.
Does not live in that. Or as much as I need them.
But that
It's been hard to bring the people up. For example,
was chaired by
it was very figuring out words and words. There were being very just talking to the people who live in that where's the right one? Oh, where did you read that? So, no, Betty Collins was on immigration. She said, look, this is our time now. You're not making migration. Suddenly,
they counted up.
sitting there next to that voice, which they had history Just only got that point. Different places that were important to the story. It's not feel like things about make into just the experience of standing there. The first thing I think about this step is that forever find a work they do. Because God does not give land to his sons to rule. He gives waters, people to rule. They do not refer to their earth as land, they refer to the earth as land, ocean, the sea. So water is very important. So the rules about water, you don't can't buy water. If you buy water, your animals said you were going to be polluting it, missing. So they maybe on the trips to the kilometer back. You take the animals to the river to drink, and then you take them away. You do not bathe in that river. Take the water away from the river. Bring it away from the river, so you do not pollute the river. The rules are very strict and very clear that from the time of Jesus, how to deal with animals. So it's dangerous to impose the purpose of flash floods into so much of it, you can soon have it, and it can leak away if you were careful. It's right there by the water. So the people live with nature in a way that I don't see anywhere else in the world. And even today with the changes with the cell phones and with support panels and bigger TV out in the middle, still they're living a similar life. People from the front drive a motorbike, but they're still herding cows and cats and camels. If it's a motorbike, okay, they're still doing it. But then go to the time of Genghis Khan, another component is the horses. The horse, thinking about his own step. From a young age, Mongols are trained to riding horses as you ride while standing on the horse. So they learn how to ride while standing on the horse. While standing on the horse, they often jousted with one another to see who could move the other. Their legs go long enough to reach the stirrups. They will also shoot arrows and to lasso on horseback, making targets out of leather pouches that they would hang up on poles so they would be long and light. He always described this all the targets on horseback at varying distances and speed. horse, which is the most sacred part of the body. So, this is how intimate a relationship is with horses. In some ways, they train them very well. They play them very hard. But horses are also trained. They use a very small mouth. It's like a stick with a slight bit of the hip of the horse. Never anything else. They're horrified in Western people who use spurs and whips to harm the horse and stuff. They harm the head of the horse. I mean, I'm not going to an expert for it. Never harm horses' head. Horses are important to everything, even religiously important. Horses' milk. Mother goes out every morning and she throws some to each of the four directions. They use it for every kind of, some things positively in watching. I remember one day they were very nice gelding when they were gelding. Would be stallions, these guys. One of them, this family had a bunch of boys, only one or two girls. And the boy was maybe 11 years old. He fell from the horse. You could see him on the horse. He didn't get it. Fell about. They all turned attention away. And I thought, we were supposed to say, fell down. So you don't get it. No. And the boy was trying to help him back. He said that the rain started. And everybody we should call that so she without that. They came into the kid and they sat down. And the mother just took their phone. And I'm thinking, I think you do this as a child. This is your child. But 2 weeks later, you're on chance. Another boy is practicing for research. But that's the way I've been doing. He was up in an area where he could first mountain area. And the horse he was knocked off the way to train, but then the horse went deep. He followed him before the horse. The boy was 12 years old. He was lost for 2 weeks. And he lived 114 hours. He said, well, when we walked in, when I was even though this was summertime, it's getting quite cold as we shut him up. And he sang loudly all night to keep him awake. And he knew what to eat. And he walked until he found water for me, and then he pulled that water down to the and I realized if also no horse, his mother's not going to be there. She knows that. And it's really hard for her too. To see her boy suffer, but she knows. Just as agent, there's a wrestler named Jerry Cole. He tells the story. Papa told us that the first time he truly went to people when he was at Mongolia in the Forest tournament. And he remembered that they were taking showers in ice cold water. And, the other wrestlers, they would take the shower and the water hits them. You could see a little bit of this. With the Mongols, there was just nothing. It was motionless. It's not like ice cold water or any other kind of hardship. I suppose that there's you have to be able to take care of yourself. And with weather, for example, often at that time is still today, some people, if they can have privacy, their bed will strip naked in the first heavy snow and roll around in the snow. Prepare for the coming winter. And the valley where I live, where the wrestlers come there to train in the summertime for the competition. The water's very cold coming up from the mountain. And every day, when there's a rain, they go down, they take what you then do not get in the water. Never. They take the water and then pour the cold water over themselves. That's refreshing. Refreshing. Well, then, causing very cool. They've also used crossbows. There's a particular kind of drum that you use with the crossbow that works for exact thing. They go with the arrow. It's just incredible to be able to shoot across 60 kilometers an hour. Speed. That's exceptional. So it's got Genghis Khan riding horses and engaging in war. The horse and the bow, perfect combination. It was the most lethal weapon known to the world for the modern era. It was incredible. The synchronization and the timing of the movements and also the years of skill. The fact that still else would be on a horse. By 3 years old, they would be riding a bow on a horse. So when I first went to Mongolia in the 1990s, I just tried. All jockeys and horses for races had to be under 6 years old. That was the age limit for club. 6 years old. So we had them just 3 years old racing them. Absolutely good. It was the best. At that age, they didn't even have a saddle. So they're just, all they're doing is staying on the horse. The horse has been trained to do what it has to do, and they just stay on it. But by staying on it, they learn the horse in a couple of months. And not just one horse, but one rider with 7 horses. And using 5 as the horses you have, or you have. And this ability that is used, you have to think your animals around. There are folks in some areas that are even tigers and dogs. Come in, you had to be able to shoot to defend it against other people who might be raiding you. So they became excellent archers. They had composite bows that were very close. Those are with technique. All that is really important. But those are sort of nobility of the traits of the great staff anyway. You know, you have the huts. It's just a holy word for you. That's to this day, that's what they say. So they came out of Mongolia, and all the early Turkic groups came out of Mongolia, but they had the similar skills. So you have this perfect weapon, but also you have that perfect strategy and how to coordinate it and organize it and use it. And this is where the genius that I cannot explain at all, but the genius of Genghis Khan came in. Other people, I think, have been very good at earlier times, like Turkic leaders, and also even Attila the Hun, of course, was much more than the way. But they were charismatic leaders and very dramatic leaders, and it wasn't that there was no excellent strategy. They were very good in warfare. That's what carried them through. Because Khan was extremely good at warfare with smoke. You never know. Probably 100,000, almost 110,000. That is when you're going against China, that has millions just in the army. Not counting the country that you're going against Russia, that you're going against the Middle East and Persia and Afghanistan and these areas. Your whole army has to be as finely tuned as each rider, each bow, and each horse. That's the weapon. But the army without the system of Genghis Khan, how we organize, but how we use it and the strategies that we put together. Yeah, when you have a small army, just think about that. A small army to conquer the world. It would fit in a stadium today in America. So there's extreme vision and coordination. All the cavalry, right? All cavalry was moving. You had no infantry, and you had no baggage train. You had backup commissary. Later, much later, but all cavalry. And that's why cavalry and the cavalry break down units using the decimal system to 100, 1,000. So this unit in the middle. Just 2 years in advance to clear the land, put the people away, scare them, make them go away, so that the grass is not there for the army when it moves through. They never moved away all the armies they would in line, following each other, and always moving along lines now within weeks. So that each person is you could say, but you know, so they had very precise ways of doing things. This really was the secret with him. He used them as people, but also he was willing to treat them as possible. He never punished them. So Shiki Hood for some reason, he was still there for the back. The man here very so Genghis Khan would out with him. Said, okay, let's go to the field together and look at the field. You explained to me what you did. And then we would talk about it. So he was very thoughtful in the way that he was treating the people around him. And they knew they were just not like these countries on general government. It's security goes in. Genghis Khan knows every general in the country, 100%. They retreat fine. They're saving normal lives. They know what to do. He respects that. So all these things like that fit together. And I think part of it that was important for him. So he had this basic step already. Archery. And then it all fit together. But he was very, very quick to embrace any kind of other technology. Sedentary armies, like sedentary civilizations, get stuck in their ways. This is how we do it. And we're going to make it a little faster, a little bigger, a little stronger. But this is how we think. Genghis Khan knows his way to think. And when he encountered the first little cities around 1209, after founding his nation in 1206, he went out on these raids. And I really think they were raids, not wars at first. So he went into Taka territory of what's now northwestern China in the upper reaches of the north. So he went there, and of course the cities that leaders they don't know what it's like. What they did, but they were built. So we don't just build.
You just imagine it's like the first time you went to one locally, there's no natural lighting things.
Well, they have like cliffs in some places they're familiar with that. They can climb them. They don't have people on the top shooting down the mountain. But on the when he looked at everything around him, he saw looking at this river and all these channels and always moving around. And like, is that anything that moves, they're looking at a weapon. Anything that doesn't move is a target. You're moving water, you're going to be standing, not moving. So he said, okay, they're going to dig a channel and they're going to bring down the wall of the city. Well, they did it, but they didn't know exactly what they were doing, and the embankments were high enough, and too much water came in from the Yellow River and actually flooded out. Okay, it happened. We learned that lesson. And then we built a strategy that actually worked for the Mongols for the next 50 years. All the way to Baghdad. Going on to Egypt, they conquered Baghdad in 1258. So this ability to see things and to try them, and fail to try them in a different way. Better, we all think we learn from our mistakes. All, I learned from them. And what do we do? It's just about human nature. Well, it didn't work the first 8 times, but I'm going to do it one more time. I think it's going to work. I'm not going to win the lottery this time. Because I got the right to make it. That's who we think. But he had that real ability to, first of all, to be humble for these other things he didn't know. All technology and understand that he didn't understand. But he would understand it in his own way. And he did. For the Mongols were focused on putting together new things in new ways and using them, you can say. more in technology, more in ideas. You just have to genius on that. If I go back to the horses, you mentioned every soldier had 5 horses. The reason for that is the horses get to there together. So you can cover a lot of ground in a single day. Yes. Usually the way the rotation goes, the horse would usually ride for one day, and then race for the next 5 days. And then another horse would ride the next day. The way to make sure is that later, the word went from only to Hungary in 6 weeks. Only to 6 weeks. So I just imagine this army that's at such high speed does not need to follow roads because it's huge and running the opposite. So you can do all kinds of dynamic movements and circling. And then also, one of the other famous things is the phage retreat. The Mongols did not like the way the Almond brave soldier Achilles. They fought for victory. That was the one thing. So to retreat, to save lives, no shame in that. So the Mongols would often retreat. And Genghis Khan basically, he himself never fought a battle. He could lose. And he won every battle he fought. The two religions wanted to him. As we said, he won every battle because there was no shame in retreating and calculating not engaging him. However, that's also a nice thing. And if they would send in a small group of soldiers to attack, and the Mongols were able to fire, of course, going forward on the horse. They were able to then act like they were defeated and turn what they had still fought up, which was the North Indian, which is unusual in the world, like unusual to fire. But the Mongols also could lean down and fire when you let go of horse, so they were defeated by many different ways. So they're firing coming, they're firing going. But usually the soldiers who were against them would break ranks to chase them. They wanted to go, they wanted to get the weapons, they wanted to kill the Mongols. And if they didn't immediately break ranks, the Mongols would often start throwing things out like glue from the blades and valuables around. And the soldiers using that resistance come chasing out after the Mongols, sort of pell-mell going in every different direction. And then they would get to a certain point, and from behind the 2 hills, and so over and over this tactic worked. It's like the one with the one I'm thinking the big, how can they not know this is what the Mongols are doing? How can they not know that? Human nature. There's something that when the forces are retreating, you don't know, you can't help it. I don't know what that is. That's maybe animalistic. But take that with the ability at high speeds, the Mongols to circle and attack the flanks, which there has been many great military historians who have written about the great military forces throughout history. And one of the things you would write about in general is the Mongols don't get rid of the Mongols at all, and they don't get credit for the military tactics and the military genius exhibited by the different strategies. That's kind of an idea for the infantry and attacking the flanks. That's it's not invented and perfected by any, but my take is it really was a military genius. But there were other things too, they didn't like roads. They just didn't like roads. So they would often be coming from some direction that nobody ever came from. And the people would be unprepared for that. One of the most famous examples is probably Khan. This is a beautiful, wonderful city, a great place in the world to this day. They came across the desert. Well, nobody had ever attacked across the desert, so we have seen these like a little caravan. They don't even know what's going on. It was the direction. It was a surprise hill, like in that particular case. So he was able to think in ways that other people were not thinking, and it was a surprise thing. Like, again, felt like to have this Mongol And so when you hear, even if you know that really, you see the dust, you hear the beautiful roar that comes with all those horses, and the trembling of the earth. It must have been truly terrible. So psychological warfare was part of the process. But the majesty of was almost an offer for the towns and the territories being defended, for them to surrender peacefully without the loss of life. Yes. And the alternative would be near complete loss of life. Can you speak to that? Technicon had a precise system. Exactly. So they was first to explain people a little bit about the rules. It was but explain to them that if they surrendered, all the lives would be spared. And they could continue in their professions. It's just that now the rulers would be the fools who have to pay taxes. It used to be the same taxes they paid, but now they would go to the Mongols. It's kind of general system. Because you only have 100,000 soldiers, you can't leave it to you can leave the little people in charge of their country or their city or their area the way they have done in the past. He was absolutely faithful to that. And one episode in his son-in-law was violated was stealing and looting from the people. Chickasaw called him in and he stripped him of his rank and he said, the next city, you go first. As a common soldier. Of course, he was killed. We don't know the name of the donor, unfortunately. I'm trying to figure that out. But anyway, he was a close relative to him. He was killed the next 5 days. So that was the law. So then, if the city fought, the donors fought. They did not kill him. What they did was they killed all the leaders. They felt like the leader had not served them well. And they used to kill the army because they thought they could bring the army into their own. The army had failed. But the one thing that they valued were all the artists. Everybody who had a skill, and that skill could be making a pot, it could be hammering up a plate, it could be weaving carpets, it could be translating, just reading and writing. Every person with a skill was spared. So the killing of the people who were defeated wasn't so severe. What was truly severe was if you surrendered. But many of them did, and they knew they would not be harmed, so they're not harmed. The Mongols are hundreds of miles away. Forget about the Mongols. Genghis Khan said, we're never supposed to send so many cows for sheep. Well, forget about the Mongols. They're far away. It stopped. He returned, conquered the city, and he killed everyone. It's beautiful. So, drastic. Perhaps. What is the greatness? Yes. As it turned out, I would say it was the Middle East, around Iraq, and Afghanistan, where these were the worst cases. And I would say only in Afghanistan, sometimes the emotion take over in an unfortunate way, but he has a grandson who I very much, and that grandson traveled with him, and he had a happy childhood that Temujin had not had. And I think Jesus just loved that about him. But in Afghanistan, he was sent off to California Valley and Bamiyan, where the Green Brothers are actually. He was sent to Bamiyan, and there's a Persian history, you know, that the thumb fainted by the arrow that shot him down. He was killed. And for Genghis Khan, he had never lost a family member. None of his sons, none of his grandsons. He had lost undoubtedly there's the most valuable grandson you have. One that's your pride and joy and so many years. And so he called the father to him. He did not tell him, he did not announce it to the public. And the son came. The son didn't know why he was being summoned. So his son said, you have to tell me you will not cry over until you this. But your son is the word. The father was, no one was allowed to move. No one was allowed to run. No one was allowed to do anything. You just, he said, make them cry. He came down on the people of Afghanistan so harshly. And it went on for weeks and weeks, the killing in Afghanistan. And then it just got more until he recognized it and allowed his emotions to overcome practicality and the slaughtering of these people should stop. That's the only time I know of that he really had lost control of his own emotions. And it's something we can all understand, but his response was the extreme. We will not cry, we will not mourn, they will cry. Goes against the rational way he approached war, which is peace is offered. He did not support the people. Now, what happened was the killing of well may have been of Genghis Khan, the killing of him revitalized a lot of people's hopes and a lot of cities did not revolt or but the cities who were revolted, he killed them. It was a mass slaughter. There are that Genghis Khan and his Mongol were responsible for 40 million deaths, approximately 10% of the world's population. So to put this number in the perspective of the modern day, that would be equivalent to killing 800 million people in today's population. So how should we think about the brutality of numbers like these? The number itself is difficult to deal with. Millions of people were killed. For every family you lose someone, it's a terrible. And no, it doesn't matter what the number is. It's a tremendous loss. And there was tremendous loss of life. As in everyone. I don't think we should judge him any differently than other conquerors in history and other countries today that fought conquerors, including our own country. And that whatever we are willing to permit our country to do, we should be able to understand why Genghis Khan almost did it. You look at the people killing women, civilians, every day. Every day. There's always the name of something. In the name of peace, or in the name of God, or in the name of peace. There are always reasons for the killing. And the United States is certainly involved with it. Supplying the weapons for all the people invading Afghanistan, fighting in Iraq, fighting in Syria. The United States is very involved. It's always, oh, but we're defending democracy. Yeah, we want a hell of a lot of democracy. We killed a lot of people. Even back in World War II, we were bringing democracy and bringing freedom to democracy. The Germans, we dropped a bomb bombs on Hiroshima. Those were not military targets. We were not doing anything strategic against the country other than terrorizing the country by killing women and children. That's America. That's us. My father fought in the war. In fact, he didn't follow. He fought in Vietnam. He fought in the war. He fought in Korea. But he was a good American. There was nothing wrong with it. I don't even condemn America, but I'm saying, how can we condemn these kind of people for doing it and excuse it in ourselves? We tend to do that. Especially for Arabian people, people from the steppe, for example. We tend to demonize them. Or any big enemy we have, we tend to demonize them. He said a lot of interesting things. But it's the very nature of war. Don't want to. And sometimes things like talking about the atomic bomb, which is an act of such terror, the same style as Genghis Khan, in an attempt to prevent further war. It's a justification. People always looking for peace. Always looking for peace. World War I was to make the most of the peace. And World War II, what happened? was killed. And I was universally also white passionate criticized the 20th century. Criticized Jacob Stalin and the Great, and that was fought by Caesar and others in the empire. That they're essential wars and conflicts that in some human way were not necessary, that they were not defensive. They're just part of this human drive to expand, to explore, and to accumulate power. Maybe this is a good place to also talk about something I respect a lot. Dan Carlin, Hardcore History podcast, he did an amazing series on Genghis Khan, Wrath of the Gods. Go listen to it. Consider one of the reasons that war citizens destruction, but also the progress. I think it's a complicated case that destruction history paves the way for progress. What do you think about this? Creative destruction and certainly some aspects of life. With ourselves, for example, and destroy some of our habits and build it once and sometimes just relationships that we're in. It's important. We just don't want to know our history and that's become a little bit more difficult. But we think that these episodes create great changes. You can see great changes that happen from the whole empire. Now, whether or not that's a good reason for the whole empire to happen, because it's a bit of a stretch. Okay. The Mongols have been unified many countries. You can take Korea and three, basically push them together. Everything that you see in China today was a part of the empire. They put together North China, South China, Tibet, Manchuria, and it was a little bit larger on the even Russia. There were so many little kingdoms and duchies and dukedoms, but that's a little bit in the Ukraine. Yeah, but they shifted the focus out of Ukraine and put it to what we call Russia now, and they began the process of the unification and had a great impact on the country. So, in a way, it's a new creation. That's why destruction. Also, I think we need to look where does the destruction come from. It often comes because powers around it have been so manipulated and so corrupted or so degraded of their own lack of fiber that it was easy to conquer them. Case of Copenhagen when we conquered all of China, it was conquering a decayed dynasty. When the Mongols conquered Baghdad and overthrew the king, they were conquered by very decayed institutions. No one can like support this, or they don't like war, but I'm not 100% against I think that there are times people are going to do it for their own protection and nothing else, or their own family, and it's justified in that sense to themselves. It may not be justified in the world sense, but I just make the case for being tolerant of what the Mongols did if we can tolerate what the Americans did. And I am American Jewish, there's no question about that. We overcome that's interesting. For example, in Afghanistan, we were there for about 20 years. We had made the Taliban stronger before we were fighting against Russia. But then we kicked them out, and then they kicked us out. Well, some of the Taliban leaders are from the Chinese clan, as we said, the Rothschild family. Basically, this is what I mean when I say that the ramifications of that time are still with us. We don't even see it. When Saddam Hussein went on television from Glasgow, Iraq, to plead with his people, he said the Mongols, the Americans, the Mongols have returned. The Mongols have returned. And he said the Americans were just the new I can see it. I don't accept that. But I can see how people think differently. If we can be honest with ourselves and strip away our lies about ourselves, then perhaps we will begin to know that our dealings with other people. And then the next thing is about the unification of China. Mongols from the West, right? So ideas from history, the postal network, the trade routes, all of this, to the bottom, the consequences of the alcohol conquest and the we'll talk about that. But let's go on the heavier network, like we're talking about the call. This critical one thing showing respect critical as being to emphasizing and focusing a lot of the positive things correctly that not giving enough airtime with the snowball bombs, the brutality, the killing, the hell that is more. So people understand his criticism. Was very smart man. Very much tremendously. And he's right. But that is not what I want to express. It's not that I want to deny the war. It's not that I want to deny the war because that's pretty much the same everywhere in the world. And how much do we need to say about how the war was fought and how this unit was defeated? No, it's what comes afterwards. Just as the story of our life begins far earlier than we were born. The story of our life goes on for a long time. Therefore, if you have a nation of 1 billion people and you are ruling over hundreds of millions of people, China, the Russians, the Middle East, you do not do that through warfare. You don't do that in slaves through warfare. What you do not rule through warfare. You've got to be offering something that they want, something that they want. And all the things you're fighting from the training system, the postal system, the religious freedom, the rights of women, the rights of minorities, these were things that people responded to. So the world benefited tremendously from the life of Genghis Khan. We want to talk about is the conquest part of 20 years. For another 150 years. There's more to the story than just one house. There is a point correctly identified in people's response to Americans that history does seem to be by the barbarians. But in reality, history is not divided in this kind of way. Barbarians are not these crude, brutal, plain, simple people. There is a sophisticated, deep culture as well. The different kinds of people that came from it. I guess if there's one thing to do in my career, it is to get us to recognize the importance of tribal people in the history of the world. We tend to have two categories with it. There are barbarians who kill people and eat one another. But there are victims who should feel sorry for them and about everything about them. Maybe wear some of their beads or some of their clothing to show how much we sympathize with their suffering. That's the two roles for tribal people. I'm trying to show them that they were like very yes, they were conquered, but they also created great things in the history of the world. And that the empire was really the first modern empire in the way that I'm putting together that story. And Genghis Khan was the genius who created this idea that could be one world in which there would be one set of people would love their own rules. You could have any religion you wanted, but ultimately you had to obey God. The great ethics of the scholar. There were things like vision. And I think very few people in history have that vision. That's not around the world today in our lifetime. Since the people of the Rothschild look around, I don't see much. Because your odds is low, it's all on policy. Where's the vision? So we're going to have peace, you can have a better life, vote for my party. We're really for the people. What to capture the public imagination. Just wondering, you also have the skill to execute and implement it, things in mind, and have the mental fortitude not to be corrupted by success along the way. Loves that. It's very, very interesting. And when they come along, they change the direction of history. I can point out some of these world-defining ideas, really just freedom. It's just surprising and incredible that Genghis Khan was able to force, inspire the value of religious freedom throughout all his plans for religion. It's a very powerful force. So can you speak to that? Some empires in history, some of those have been tolerant. Various groups have been run to some extent, was reasonably tolerant of different sects and religions, not of Christians, but reasonable. But what happened with Genghis Khan? The first campaign he had outside of Mongolia was the weaker people who live in Western China. They had been living were being ruled by, let's say we mentioned, or the had fled west. Also, had good luck and fled into what is the name Kyrgyzstan. They were the weaker people. He'd been a Christian. Diamond had been a Christian, but he converted to Buddhism. Well, his subjects were Muslim, and he outlawed the Muslim religion and all kinds of things. So the weaker sent a delegation to Genghis Khan. This time, they knew that they were doing it was too weak to religion. So they sent a delegation to Genghis Khan and asked him to come and sit with them from and he did. He shut down Rothschild. He didn't think for himself. Guys went down there. They drove the 25,000 dollars of Pakistan in that direction. They got up with him to kill him. That's what the Mullah said. And Genghis Khan made the freest law that he ever made inside of up to this point, he's been trying to watch. But he saw, as we mentioned before, there were mostly women. So you're not all the kidnapping of women. You outlaw the sale of women. And you cut down on a lot of things. But he saw the sale of these women. Fought a lot for religion. You were their freedom of religion. And so when he made the law, these are very interesting. Talk about religious freedom. Religious freedom comes with institutions to do what they want. So we're going to allow Romans and the Catholics and the Jews and the Muslims to do what they want and organize churches. His law was not that. It presumed to the conclusion. He said every person has the right to choose religion. No one can stop them. No one can force them. The idea that it's individual choice, no one in history had ever seen that. That belongs to the person. But it's a that's what he talked about. Jefferson being inspired. Genghis Khan. Religious freedom, the individual. Such a powerful illustration, manifestation of just individual freedom with you in the world, in history, how practicing religion. That's is one of the biggest ways that individuals ultimately free. It was a great source of power, but also I would say that he did this because of some ideological reasons. It's just like he didn't get the ideological reasons. He didn't come to study the ideas of law. He came to it through personal experience of life. His mother was kidnapped. His wife was kidnapped. There was a crime against every ethics that you can think of and every form of morality. That's why he had it. Not for ideological reasons, but practical reasons. Because of people, it was the same with religion. He gave this right to everybody because it was going to be personal and keep them from being corrupted. And then that created tremendous support for minorities of many types. So they flocked to him. Minority centuries after that, this was a minority effort of the Muslim believers. Many people flocked in for the same reason, for the kind of religious freedom.
Straight around, yeah, they created a stable society. They had laws, and this one law to administer Jerusalem. And also,
You recognize the power of having a balance of power, like Shiite and Sunni. They're not going to be allowed the whole Russians. There's not all the Christians and Jews. Well, that keeps the society from fragmenting against him. When you're looking against him, there's a kind of fragmentation that he's taking advantage of. I don't think it was as big as he says it, but I do think he was quite aware of that. That you give every religion the right. Unfortunately, the only religion he did recognize as a religion was Confucianism. He said, what did he do? The cows can do magic on the earth, and they can give people magic formulas and cure it, or they have all this stuff going on. And they both looked at Confucianism. So people could be confused. That was okay. But he did extend the tax-free rights. He said it was another thing. He got all taxes on religious institutions. But Confucius were not necessarily present. But then, of course, we should have so much because the religions were there. And you can have a donate property, you can still use it, you can still want to taxes on it, just give it somebody, but it's a good idea.
in genuine Zionism, of course, that's the practical aspect of those policies. He himself was just curious about the different religions. As I understand, he never chose any religion except one he followed. He described what he believed spiritually himself.
It's interesting, after the death of Shimon, his grandson, I still have that. He went through a new phase in which he summoned religious scholars of all sorts, of famous. So Genghis Khan was exploring these different religions, and not just in a simple way, he did an organized lectures, developing the phase, not the fact forgetting that distinct discussion, groups of people who hated each other, would never discuss anything, and suddenly this powerful man summons here's this will explain your religion, explain yours, and even sometimes you can't succeed in terms of your own scripture. What you say to people who believe in him. So he was exploring. No, he never changed. He was at a university. We would say it was true to Jews. Early in life, he was something about two questions. A simple line. I'll do it. I'll do it. It was the great refuge of his life. He would go to the top. He would pray. He would pick up his head, on his belt. He would stand before the sky and pray. So later on that same this week, he would come back. He would tell that story. To repeat his people. To his mother. The subjects are waiting to hear what's going to be now. Genghis Khan when he goes up the mountain. So there are episodes like that, but he was very sincere. But I think what happened, all those are many spirits in the water, the mountains, everything around him, that you have to know him personally. The creature, no one, they like you, don't believe you. Should you sing to them or should you offer some products or what do? You have to know them. When you get away from and this was a problem in China, they didn't know the spirits. This goes to great conservation. You've got land here, and the spirits don't like us. They're hostile. They don't even know where they are. They don't know these spirits in China. It took a long time. And so, gradually, Genghis Khan, he's kind of moved from just the spirit of the mountain that he worshipped, which remained his main worship of life. He removed that to the sky. It was the one universal spirit. It was everywhere in the world. The sky too specific, but with the same person knew reality. Each one of them could communicate and know reality within themselves. It didn't have to just be taught by somebody from a and just what principle concept. You people don't know to the Christians, Jews, and the Muslims, that you people have your scriptures, you know, that's what we have our spirits and our shoulders and our beliefs, and we live by them. And I think it's true. Yes, military genius. Also, this kind of sage type character to understand the value of religious freedom. There is a cynical way to see all these things because he did say a lot of things that look like he's you're saying, well, the cynical way to see that is when some of the family probably division of power because they create a whole society and there's less people struggle with the great other end. There's a lot of things that hopefully progress. I'm not going to say that modern terms, we get 1 million people, you know, there's everyone. And the men are fighting, and so we let women minister a lot of things inside the country, the economy in particular, and some of the ancillary kingdoms around the Commonwealth, such as some of the Rothschild parties, and the weaker were administered by his daughters primarily. And who are in charge of ministering the land of economy. So he was using the women in a very practical way. But it wasn't necessarily our ideological way. It's the same with the environment. I'm not trying to say he was an environment. It's not a modern thing. Very strict about the use of water. And also about the use of water. You couldn't move water into an area to irrigate it. That was violating the earth and violating the water. So I think a lot of these stories are with the irrigation system being destroyed. They just worked to destroy the irrigation system. They destroyed those things. That's the policy. And that was, it's just going to return against your land. It's less than our biblical was the one who changed that actually. Sort of allowing for more irrigation and water and things like that. But because how use these modern terms from a political state or Democrat modern center. All of this was a part of it. Another part was the protection of the voice. He said every message is protected from torture, from killing. And if you one of our, we will fight you out. And it took 40 hours of destruction at the end. This is a particular thing. So, greatest general history of the world, you could say sometimes. For the military part, was the British strategist organizing everything to get the military part was Suicide. And they sent in on that part that what happened in the old one. Some of the witnesses, sources said the owner of chickens like that. I have no evidence of that. I would believe it, but maybe she was kin to him or something. Some say she was a daughter of chickens, others say she was a witch. People decided she was a witch. Okay, that's it. That's it. He was destroyed for killing. Take what is it? Communication. Diplomacy. So if you just have that communication, what is expected, or anyway, that's a signal to everybody else. Just not from another boy. You respect it. That's why these plans are we accept the idea. We don't get it. All of diplomatic freedom. Diplomats are well purely. We accept the idea of female equality. I think it's free because it in a measurable impact of it. I think is on trade. Makes all this stuff, but basically establishing a unified trade network. That's a big thousands of kilometers. There are a lot of interesting things that were done to enable the trade. What is providing safety and security, not just the onwards, but communication, military contact with the merchants. Can speak to the what Genghis Khan did for the trade network connected to the Silk Road. Governments in general are interested in trade, and throughout most of history, they have been leaders who carry their goods from one city to another, one place to another. And so the locals are so extremely interested and extremely independent. They can do very little in their home country. But they didn't have the technological skills to the crafts. So they're very dependent on trade. Well, they raised the status of merchants very high. And this was particularly a problem in the Chinese world. It wasn't so much in the Christian or the Muslim world, but certainly in the Chinese world, where the merchants were considered extremely low. And all of a sudden, here you just develop scholars. They got to have certain rights. For example, they get 3 times, 1 time, whatever the national taxes are, they're not taxed every time they stop. He created the settlement of what we call rest houses or recuperation centers where they can get resources, they can get food, they can deposit their money, they get paper receipts that could be used anywhere. They were guaranteed protection at the end of a sort of area where it might be dangerous. A small group, a small officers would go with them. So trade was extremely important. And then along those, they also would trade in a very odd way. It's the merchant would come in and they would have to run out outrageous price. Much more than you should get waiting for the supply. Let's say, it's expensive. Why do you do that? You gotta stop doing that. This was a Muslim. Where's the money gonna go? It's still in my empire. It's gonna come back eventually. So they had a much different attitude with perspective. I think what's simple of that is that they're going from Copenhagen when we see that his uncle and father went to China. They came back from China. And then on the second trip, uncle no longer went to China. They were saved the whole way. Their goods were saved. They came back with the witness of the They were never harassed. And the mere fact that they could cross it took 2 years. But the mere fact that they could cross the whole continent safely and come back, there was a precedent. We really don't exchange little cultivated kids of neighbors from China visiting Europe or Europe visiting China before the war. Since Genghis Khan, there's never been a year without contact between these two. It was permanent. Once he created it, it was permanent. His mom was a letter deposit because it wasn't trade. It was also an exchange, exclusive, along the way, exchange of ideas. Whether there's exchange of technologies, exchange of like philosophical ideas, scientific ideas, mathematical ideas, all this spirit throughout and constantly circulating. Maybe to speak to that aspect of it. It was an exchange of ideas on every level, ideas, technology, ideologies, beliefs, scientific information. Everything was being exchanged in agricultural goods, new crops or new areas. But Genghis Khan, a part of his genius in organization was knowing what skill people had that would contribute to his empire. For example, the Muslims who were very good with the algorithm, which we get the word algorithm, because it was a mathematician who invented algorithms. And so, algorithm, look at it, but that's not the given. But camels count as 5 sheep or 5 goats count as 1 horse. 4 camels count as 5 horses. So we do it all out like that. All those takers did just a everything. That's one of the first things Genghis Khan did, and it was one of the demands he made of every place he went is a complete sense of people. Every house had a close outside. They knew how many animals, what did they do, occupations, all this information. So they good mathematics for this. The Muslims provide Muslims in China, these are Eastern scholars, and unfortunately, they take the Jewish policies, but they became the financial advisors to other groups of people and other rules so that it was moving them around God's. And so we'll get the domination. As I said, even Sylvia, she was applying here now, they got technology. It created a spirit, which other people were also combining. Courage. It was no longer heresy or the devils were bringing this thing up. So we had this way of predicting. Very cautious way of something that was saying, running. We had all mathematics being created, all predicting, and combined different intelligence and different information. It was moving along. Or coming. The Muslims, everything, but they can cast spells for churches. Okay, let's take that now, and we're going to jump on it. Those we're going to use to bring something of the flame for whatever. We're going to use gunpowder from China. They were using some very nice. By the time you get to the Hindus, the horses are not working. So the Congress of China don't know that. Idea of number of northern China under the control of
Yeah, which
was the one that took on public comment.
the revenge
He was second son of the fourth chief. Riding around so it's not he's actually
which had
Yeah.
now we're talking about different Jews.
his mother, I think, he took together and this was he's the fourth son of her son in 12. Different stories. I don't been established. Nurse for him. She had a good education for him.
At that funding
And I think he planned that he was going to be a great administrator.
called
The older brother, he insisted on sending Mountain Quebec. He was fat. He needed to go rich. The brother was deciding people.
that was it. They're situated around.
He wasn't
very
great.
large country.
Hunting. Territory northern China was
Concentration camps.
in the dirt by these administrators.
Death.
Cheating the people. Basically, it's his chain. Your land. You go there. You take change. What was that?
Northern.
And he was headed Buddhist.
Wrapped
All
it up.
this stuff. To oversee
And they often
just what I rated
attorney places in the world in
was
Paris.
going to be great.
Selection.
the empire should be resources were limited. Very dependent on Northern China for food. All the models supported are Central Asia, were supporting it. And so, we for them, and then they go to we don't support you. Very on, but we're not giving them all. So he was saying that there's no situation in 2062. That they were taken prisoner into mysterious history. So 16. Their leader case was being brought against him for trial, but he didn't make it to trial. So he was something like that. Forward. But that really is pretty much very much. It happened like this. Understood our culture. If they southern this huge revolution there. He had one of his very strong generals was real. But he was also able to get the grandson of Sumanai. He was with his father who he against a diet. They went down the river. They were trying to surround the Chinese territory. They were going to for the west and for the south. So they went down directly. They're on the other side with boats, and they got no offense. They walked over to the river and run the Chinese forces on the other side. What Al was a smart man. This was smart. He already knew what campaigns were about. They waged around the government was reclaiming it on today too. But he recognized that they came up on boats, almost in like boats. It just they crossed the river on a goat skin. There was a organ. It was a cart. There was a floating goat. I'm gonna fly a goat skin across the river. So he's assigned one attachment. You have to burn the boat. So the idea cannot escape when we allow the development. How that work? You got to know your energy. Elephants are running on the elephants are just put on the group that says burn the boat. We burn a bunch of women's cars. It's just not, so they could be doing the battle line the boat. Well, people run the battle. But not yet was it sail back to was the Hanoi. And they evacuated the city. Everything out of the city. They disappeared into the delta. Those arrived, they conquered Hanoi, capital city. And they had nothing. They had nothing. They won every battle, they lost the war. They retreated. Anju was the son of Rothschild, but he saw all this happen, and he recognized the importance of water and boats until he knew. He spent his life studying the Yangtze River and every little river in the cities. Something he saw was the cities were heavily fortified. The land side, there's amazing hills on the land, and they expected to boats to protect the water, and so the city was weak. never a real. There was no fighting. The samurai learned some very valuable things. The samurai had such a ritual. It's like the Knights of Europe. It was just crazy. You recite the story of for that. They're there to wait. But on the other hand, this was a no territory. I don't want to give too much credit to her. I really think the Japanese Mongols weren't well prepared. Their ships were not very good. They were defeated in the first invasion. There's our small battle. And there were many tactical things that they had done. It's the first time anybody had ever done that. Something as an invasion. He's still got supply. He had a long responsibility of Japan. He won in a certain way. He lost. Southern China. Also, maybe some experience with the ocean. And now they were ready to move out into the ocean around southern China. So they were closing. Haji was in command. The head in command was a Mongol who had been raised in Central Asia. He was perhaps close to the Fertile Valley in that area. We're not exactly sure where he was born, but he grew up with him. He eventually was living in when he came and he took over command of it. He was very cosmopolitan, sophisticated, intelligent. He should have been in command. I had recognized that he and Haji were together very Haji knew how to fight war. Maya was able to negotiate things back when the capital city. So Maya is a good thing. So the generals are just learning because they don't like it. The partisans are all coming out to join the Mongols. We paid the loading up all the jewels. And they grab a couple of brothers to the little 5-year-old emperor, and they put them on a boat and everything. They even deserve no the generals were corrupt, cowards who fled. The person left in charge was the dowager lady, She was her name. Dowager She. They said she was lying. She was, called her ugly. That's what they called her. She was in charge. And she offered them everything. I'll give you everything. Please let the emperor stay. I'll give you everything. Just be your king. Please let him stay. Total surrender. But she decided to surrender. She said, yes, we will surrender the kingdom. So Satan came in with a small group of soldiers. They looked around. She invited him to come to the palace to surrender. He said, no, I didn't win this war in the palace. My soldiers won this war in the field. You have to come with the emperor and for my soldiers to surrender. They did not hear her. He respected her. And there was no line in the city. No. Later, they take everything that the systematic take their college and all this kind of stuff away. But there's no still looting and killing of people, nothing like that. So they've taken the capital. She comes out, she surrenders, she bows on the ground, Beijing. She takes the child in front of her. They make their way. She was sick and her mother Beijing, and they surrender again. Ceremony bowing. He gives him a new title. To show the world this is a new phase of politics. We don't give up anymore. wasn't home. So they sailed off the other south to another island, and then into the Dover. And of course, the first thing they did was, well, we have to build a palace. Well, those are Jesus, but you're going to stop it. Build a palace.
These are like the remains of the Chinese
Generals, General Army, and the Navy.
those are real confidence initiatives.
So we're going to protect it with great all of this thing. Chain together the boats across the peninsula. And they put the palace in the generals didn't trust their own soldiers enough. So they made all of the way the pilot and go to the boats to bring them home. All the soldiers did over and over and over. They asked them to share. Don't be hard and all this kind of stuff. And the mountain over land. The water all around them, and they had land. And then once the fighting started, they could just shoot down from the highland right onto the ships. Seawater, all the stones out there. Leaders refused to do. The little boy is there, 7-year-old, with his pink couch. The only thing he had left in life was his bed behind. And then all those every opportunity. Prime Minister somehow Communist today in China, the communist was. He said, we will not disgrace the country by letting them capture the empire. So first he threw his own wife and children wanted to run. But then he took the empire and held him. The 7-year-old, he was 7 years at football. He had just turned 7 years and jumped into the water with his child. A child murderer. He's a child murderer to do. Somehow in the home, because the cage came underneath the parent fell in the water too. So the 7-year-old boy and the parent died in the water. That was the end of one of the greatest dynasties in the history of the world. The Song Dynasty, they were intellectually great, they were artistically great, they were technologically great. They were just one of the greatest moments of history. And it ends with this coward killing a child and eating a parent in order to save the father that was betrayed by this woman. The men lost the war. The men lost the war. Was to lay an old one-eyed or the bigger picture that was come institutions army politician class probably have lost their skill and confidence in all that kind of stuff. Well, that is true enough. And the Chinese summarize that I think that it made everybody has their perspective. Maybe if you told the story as a very kind of objective sort of way of the absurdity, the confidence of it, but yeah, there's probably Chinese perspectives that they tell the story. So kind of like maintained honor to the last moment. Very often, most scholars shield and as the traitor to the country. Because they know that boy lived on for another 45 years. And so she did not betray the country. She protected Julia Brother. She was supposed to protect. He was the man who killed Julia Brother, who killed John Ming. So what was the lasting impact of conflict on unifying China? Well, it's virtually unified China in the largest word with Korea and she really part of Central Asia yet divided. But he did so at the expense of his empire. They didn't recognize him as the great emperor. There was great opposition from the northern part of Russia and also from the central region, which is called the descendants of Sagat, Chagadam Empire, and then on the Ilkhanate of Persia. These are the emperors fracturing the subject is not. Only the ill county was still loyal to him. But they're so far away. And we have the navy. But this is, he says, the whole thing is gigantic. It's gigantic. So, it's very hard to maneuver this sort of thing. But he is trying to push it off over here. And then he sent out the first expedition to sail directly to Persia and train to go 1,000 years before timber merchants, trading goods. He organized a great fleet, sent fleet corporate test to the Queen, and they had gone a very good Persia, it's Persia, and Azerbaijan, and Armenia, and parts of that area. So he just organized this, and so he was ready to go because they knew Kublai was about to die. Arguably, when you left to live, and they wanted to get their riches up. They didn't know what was going to happen. This is a new dynasty. They been in total control for one generation. They didn't know what was going to happen. And so, just for that, there have been events that I think caused the Rothschild actually that they made Japan the second time. And he had failed the second time. The second time, I think he had a practical purpose, and that was he had this whole huge social army that now he's dealing with. So what's he going to do? Not reliable, not safe. So he sent some people that were regarded but still Russian authorities trying to reconcile Russian authorities. He sent expeditions to Japan exploring options up there, like I was saying, or the agricultural area, huge military colony. But most of his ships were loaded with former prisoners. So dynasty, and they were not one. They had he wanted to create, obviously, an agricultural, military agriculture in Japan that would feed northern China. This was very important. Just as they were doing with the Mongol River, but it was working for the again, they didn't have it. But part of the reason is that the place was massive. They organized it in a lightweight. If they were get sick, because lightweight is Korea. With Korean ships built up there, the lightweight is from southern China, mostly. The ships built up there, not the same. They haven't had, but there's no center point. Genghis Khan always had the goal, QL, or the center, or QOL, actually. And he had the center in command. No reason to two without a clearance. Doing each other, cooperating on helping each other, sabotaging each other. They get there, and once again, they have this big problem, even though they know the grenade system. And the grenades are exploding. They're scaring the horses. It's impressive. And a lot of silk screens are made later showing these impressive battles. But they lost. Again, happened to be the final destruction of the Navy. But I think Japan had defeated the Mongols, I would say. Japanese deserved victory. Sinking of the ships, more cause food. Already the Japanese had developed good strategies while the Mongols had already taken out. They knew that at night they could fire flaming arrows at the ships, set them on fire, and they were doing great damage. So again, Kublai Khan lost the invasion of Japan, but the soldiers were gone. He didn't kill them all. Their plan, but the problem was solved. This is one of those ironies of history. It's hard to understand. So this didn't happen when Kublai Khan was coming to the beginning of Polo and they're ready to go. And Kublai Khan allowed sail on this expedition with Princess Malaysia to go to son, who's not so well respected in history, because he's often in trouble, but if he was he was a drunk when he was young, but his grandfather had been a couple times in public. He cured him. Next thing he was drunk later on. And he was, first he knew he did. The golden horde had loyalty to him, recognized him as great among his empire. He took the lead of Central. They declared loyalty to him. The Khanate was already loyal to him. All declared loyalty. He had reassembled the empire, and he had the British Navy. He sent out envoys to every place they could attack or say, steroids are no longer attacking anybody. We're changing conquest to conquest. We want to trade with you. Come to China, bring your goods, and we're going to trade with you. The ancient time was to show God was a lesson forever. It was a great era of exchange, all kinds of things. All the way to connection to someone. And some people say, but very right. So technically, he moved over the region. Actually, by now, they were still exchanging things. So there was soldiers in China, contingent of setting soldiers there. I mean, it's like the service. Thinking in this internationalist way, said, okay, we need everybody in the world right to the alphabet. Chinese, Russia, Arabic, everything. It didn't work. But tried to go on it, and some inscriptions are still there to this day. Briefly mention talk about. So he is this famous terrorist. I guess one of the primary documenters of everything that's been going on. Is there something interesting to say about there in the Central Asia named Kutulu. He wrote about that. Also needed others. So when you find Chinese sources or something, that's important. I really don't know the confidence of him over time. Pieces were romanticized, and you have to always discount it, but it's very good. You know, like, I believe that's part of which was actually written by dictated in the 20th century. People. Millions and millions of things that people in Europe just couldn't believe could happen. He didn't push his own play as a what he really did. But it was an unloving capitalist religious 20th century versus the idea of like a philosopher king, which he still in God. The princess says, Marco is an excellent judge of quantity. There are things like that. And in the play, Leon, great general, he talks about Lacan, and he said, look, these people are dangerous. We should go crook now while we do that. Lacan tells Leon, in the play, this is fiction, tells Leon, Lebanon were conquering. And if we conquered them, we conquered them. And he said, Marco, you've always been an old man. You've seen everything. He has done nothing. He has seen everything. He understands nothing. For me, this was such an important moment in history. Symbolically, when Marco Polo and Lacan coming together in two worlds, it could have gone a different way. It's not that I'm anti-capitalist, I'm pro-capitalist, but the way so many things went out, it was a misstep in history. Maybe we took the wrong step in that moment, but we could have learned more cooperation. It didn't quite integrate successfully. But today, we've returned to that. I think the East and the West are confronting each other again now for equal terms. For a long time, the West was so dominant and the East was so colonialist. An internal one. Today, there's an equality, but there's more of a balance. Which way will we go? And again, there's a lot of room and a lot of energy for division, misunderstanding, settlement versus integration, because the East demands East. And one of the great criteria of that I hope to meet is just how well I understand China and the East. Just kind of, I think I always want politics. Reading a few books on like the way people understood and felt among the past that I understand the Japanese people in that way because it does feel like from that understanding there can be integration of ideas. So over the class of last book I wrote, before I would know something but do not speak to it. I'm not a Chinese scholar. Chinese are not any. I want to be very clear. Mine is an outside perspective. But I think it's possible as an outsider to still have respect for their culture, even if I disagree that they appoint this one as a hero and they're I disagree. They'll say, well, I don't understand it. Right? Quite possible. That's an outside view. It's different interest and respect. Just as I respect the empire, I respect China. The ideals of my country. I love so many aspects of our culture. There are many aspects I don't, of course, because it's possible to love everything in the members of your family. I do hope that you understanding one another and we're just making an effort to understand, even if we understand the wrong thing, we're incorrect and just to make an effort to understand will help us a lot. It's just having concentration on extreme arrogance that we are there to change the world. And I sometimes dismay moving young people all over the world who come to help. They're teaching or they're going to teach people to take care of the environment. They're going to teach them where they can exercise their minds. They're going to bring in microfinancing to help liberate people. We are American. We need to be a little bit more
Mm.
Despite the fact that the typical Jacob
Mm.
militant empire is
Mm.
and they had the trade going on. The longest ever
Mm.
to China and
Mm.
across different areas. So in some areas
Mm.
it became more like global people. So in Central Asia they became Muslim and they got more absorbed into the world and broke away from the examples from before. Russia lingered a little longer under down in Asia, but it got weaker and weaker over time, and then it was based around the river, but then the Indo-European, they just became a tributary minority within the Russian Empire. But the Mongols had left the framework for empire Russia. The Russians don't want to hear anymore. They want to be criticized the end of the Song dynasty. But it is true that even Yom is the word that was used for this postal system, and that's the ministries today in Russia. And many other things are in Russia. Just like, Malchin is a word. It's a person, but Malchin is a person who takes time. It's all kinds of influences in Russia. That's what people want to deny. There's always a great, powerful strand of research and scholarship in Russia that supports understanding of the rules and identity. One of the famous ones, but he was a little bit too romantic with his own ideas and all. I depend upon a lot of the research done by such scholars like German scholars in the 19th century. There's lectureship. The Mongols have been there since 1568. They packed up, went back to Mongolia. It was just another seasonal migration. It was just amazing. And they said, okay, we're still letting you on the country. We're not giving you the seals. We're not acknowledging you. And they never did. Throughout the whole thing. They went to capture them again, took them back to Mongolia, and then they tried to ransom them. And the Chinese said, no, we're going to find another good person. So Mongols said, okay, the worst thing we can do to the Chinese is give them back. Internal reasons, but some external things from nature, and I think that was the great plan. Everything in history, everything that's good comes with something underneath that's bad. And everything that's bad seems to have something underneath that's sometimes what's good. This great system that united the world, everything people could go back and forth quickly, and they could also take the blame out of China, parts of the world. But I do think that's what happened. And the whole system for these people, because if anything was with this system, and now the system collapses. Yeah. The empire war. British empire in 1368. Just fell apart. Most of them stayed in Persia, Afghanistan, the Hazara were still the army there. In Russia, some of them stayed, but then finally, at the time of the American one of them really turned. They had been there for years, and then they returned to Mongolia in the 1700s. And so many Mongol people, they were still despite hundreds of years of exposure to other cultures. They came back to their tents, walking around the fire, drinking fermented milk, eating curds. It's so young. It's just centuries. Yes. It's just determined that, of course, well, People coming home.
Said that Genghis army was the greatest military force. The historians agree that popular youth, Genghis Khan would basically beat every single army. You mentioned the samurai. Several hours to set up the chess pieces. You can just imagine, and the speed of everything would be to win. So, I guess the question is where the notion that Genghis Khan's army was military force.
Short answer is absolutely. No other power in the history of the world has conquered Russia, China, Persia, Central Asia, and Turkey, and Korea. No other one in the world has done that. Not Alexander, not the Romans. Nobody will ever do it again. Nobody's going to conquer China or Russia again. More countries. It's just not going to happen.
Lessons, I mean, keep.
I think there's a the Mongols took it back then. They took back the Americans, we followed the exact opposite strategy. The strategy is first you take the countryside, people they think in terms of countryside. You take the countryside, you occupy the countryside, and you call the city constantly without the countryside. And that's how they did it every time. They would come in and I think something two years in advance to clear people out to them have room for their horses, and have pasture for their horses and all. Bring the small towns into the small cities, and then the last one is the big city. Well, the Americans, they were going to take back, all that, and we're going to have this home, we're going to win, we're conquer the country, go back there. So they go in, they get trapped in their little tiny green zone. They never go back. The strongest army in the world. You know, this is something that worked in Europe. Yes, we bombed the cities, and we took the city because it was a city, the center of production for the modern era. But the countryside is the place that produces the food. Mongols were very aware of that. That supplies the water. You cut off the water from the city, you cut off the food from the city. What's the city going to do? They're going to surrender. The Americans were planning something that was in Europe, in Germany. It did not work in Iraq or Vietnam or even North Korea, Cambodia, or Laos or Syria. God knows it was I think that's the only lifetime that's the only success we had. Less than a couple hours we went in, conquered a little bit. Otherwise, we've been chased out of every country. We've lost it. Military. We thought more bombs on Cambodia just paper sometimes. It's like, designed to kill each other. This is going to be a huge thing. We're going to kill all the vegetation in the jungle. And that way they can still feed the armies in the jungle and they can still supplies. That was Americans. Henry Kissinger, the well-known speaker, he is now resting in hell. This is simply where he moves. He did to be involved in the bombing. The bombing was just absolutely. The Legion Army comes in, they defoliate, which means they wiped out the crops. People were starving. The case, California is starving. Animals are being killed, and deformed children are being born to this day. And then American procedures come establishments. Not immediately, not on the battlefield, not right there. They go on. They have the disease, they right there. They take the whole family down with them and then push it over. Becoming slowly paralyzed and dying. We did that to our young warfare. I don't think we're any more humane with it, any better today. It's just we can hide parts of it easily and come to like reason. If you're killed by a friendly fire, it seems that what people mean when they say that war is that contains a deep sense that we loses within the area of there's very little pacifist again. War is acceptable in some situations, but control it is better. It's not to do away with all the things that happened under Genghis Khan and deal with that. It's the picture against what goes on today. And we have the different images. There are two images of Genghis Khan. One is our image, he's a barbarian killing people and raping women all the time. The other image is a Mongolian image. And when they finally built an official statue of him in this city, where they anniversary of his family him. And they think about how to present him to themselves. And they chose the Lincoln Memorial as the most. He was the late Long River of the Mongol nation. So he's seated there in front of him. There's another statue. I don't know what it was appropriate. It provides a great respect. But no one will ever need it. Official one for the government is Genghis Khan seated. And they issued stamps to show that he is the great giver. The truth is somewhere between. Well, there are many opinions to see. There are many things that were terrible. And for people who lose a war, it's going to always be terrible and horrible. Let's return back to Genghis Khan's life. At the end of it. Where did he die? After conquering the holidays of empire in Central Asia, Genghis Khan returned, and then they had a great, what they call non-democratic celebration. They had semblance of everybody. Everybody's still who had saved him when he was in the Rothschild. But the first place he had attacked outside was attack nation, and they had sworn allegiance to him. And then when he went home to the Middle East, they refused to send troops. He didn't forget that. He's going back to the nation, and he's going to again. As he was crossing the Gulf, Texas, Ohio, and crossing the Gulf, he's out on a distance to look at the take the long road, which is wild. He's in the wild house. I used to say wild horse's house all the time, but I would like to say a lot of horse. And he pictured his like mentally, and he's flying from that point to some numbering points. his camp. Indians, he went until the convent was completed. Things again, the second Genghis Khan, except nothing. So they were Buddhist people. They were Buddhists. Which you think you could be born into the family. But he said, no, you know, so he died there. The succession issue was difficult. He did not have the right to appoint the successor. It was not okay. He could nominate somebody. So he set off for the Middle Eastern campaign. One of his wives said to him, even the biggest tree, you've got to make a plan to talk to your son. So he did. He called the sons together. So they said, this boy was allied with his mother. He was named Visitor. And then so together the next one was the next one was father. But he was still alive. So all four of them came. We just got to explain to them about the succession and to get some consensus from them about the succession. And so he they also serve tea until now. So he called first on the judge. He said, "What do you say, judge?" This is the one that was like almost favorite. You know, because someone went to a hot egg. This was a heavy drinker. So nothing was very rich in levels. What he thought, he seemed to favor some just for reasons. For your reason person. But he called judge by sons. The second one, he jumped out. And he said, this is how can you call on this Mongol, this merchant, if you call on him first to meet you, want him to be the great God? He should not be the great God. On and on, you can kind of see. Genghis Khan is the greatest ruler in the world. He's sitting there, being lectured by his second son. And this is when he gave that impassioned speech. Good. The way the history, like it was his assistant. He said it was very we have a spokesperson, but anyway, I think what his words are, I think he said something that you did not know you were not there. Stars were moving to this guy, heaven was turning around, the earth was turning over. You did not know who loved who. You did not know who your mother was. You did not know what your mother did. If I say first, you, just and the sun in this way. It was really powerful. I don't know if she was alive at this point or not. We do not have the death recorded. It's just somebody some euphemism for it. So God said, yes, you are our Father. We accept what you say. But dear shocking birds cannot be loaded on the horse. But dear shocking birds cannot what do you want to do? What do you want to do? was the most generous and he was drinking every time. One time, she took the great judge who wrote his history. So was leaving out one time of whatever reason. I don't know what. I think they also had passed on drug. But then they came out and raised him up and pulled him back into the party. It was a party. And so he was chosen as the next great Khan for the Mongol Empire. Unfortunately, there was sort of a plan B, and that Genghis Khan had set up very powerful women, his daughters, and also he had chosen his son, very capable. He had a wife who wasn't his first wife. The first wife would usually be somebody closer by a certain clan or something, but he had a very intelligent woman named Rothschild. She was more or less ruling in the last few years, and then after he died, she ruled the empire in her own name. She was the ruler of the greatest empire ever ruled by a woman. It's incredible that genius and genius set it up that way. And to not probably very widespread discrimination of women that to have not counted and she making the right decision. But when we'll keep it up together. There was peace, she still don't get paid. There's peace during her time. The women, not just the Rothschild, were extremely into economics and trade and money. These are private corporations all around them. She was running her own company. So she became much more interested in the economics of the trade and the money of the empire. There was a time of peace that she recognized that the peace was better for the nation. It was better. So it was a peaceful time. But like all of us, one of our weak points, she favored a worthless son. None of this stuff seems great, but living in favor of another, she favored Iowa for her son. So she arranged it in him. She was alive. She had a primary minister who was also on the team of police. Unfortunately, they organized the purge of revolution by killing a lot of these people who had been supporting her. And a lot of them were Muslims. And he killed a lot. And then he was going to march against the Golden Horde because he was chosen again. So he set off and he died. He was in office for 18 months. And he was gone. And his wife developed narcotics. Unfortunately, there was not a people who had which was a bit greedy. But she didn't do it anymore. She just had to do things that she didn't do for too long. This is what Kublai Khan's mother saw as doing, was people that have a revolution. She united with the Golden Horde. She was on one end of China, she was on China, the Golden Horde in Russia, the two of them united against the center. They all were punished, and she put herself in. I should say, he's successful, but because he feels parent, one king is constant. Because in the end, he was a father, and he favored his sons, even knowing they were not so capable, and he had lost a grandson that he loved. But he organized it though as we take they all look at corporation, all lands, to everybody in the family, everybody. So Kublai Khan, that's why he had soldiers that were Christian soldiers, most Indian soldiers and Kipchak soldiers, 10,000 coming. And then they all, the Russians would own some factories in China. The Ilkhani would own some factories in jade mines in China. The people in China, the Mongols, they would own villages in Persia and in Iran. So he organized everything was the entire clan. And make sure that lands Chicago are stable, flourishing, and happy. And so actually what this letter is great indicates it's better to explain what it is. They value social status, value to be associated with the lineage of Genghis Khan. And so that means that for many generations, think of the economy of the Genghis Khan. So in that sense, even though the vast the land was, all the transformational effect it has on trade, on culture, and so on, it makes no sense. It had 5%, just it's just male descendants. The way it works, that means if this paper is correct and it says the number of people descended, direct male descendants, by trees, or descendants, lineage, the number of descendants can be much larger than that. So I think that's pretty interesting. I think there's singular figures like this in history. Like Genghis, it's interesting. Where did they get the DNA? There's a couple of so many of the crystals that you have is like, well, they don't have much. They're scientific. They're supposed to be scientific. No, they found that a bunch of people were connected. And then they first, yes, but they used Genghis Khan. But there's no evidence that it was from him. No evidence. It's from that time. It's one person. But for that time, for 200 years before, it could be 200 years before. See, I would like for it to be true in a certain way. But I do think there is a truth there. I think that by attaching it to the name of Genghis Khan, they've done a disservice to themselves. It gets a lot of public more funding and it's exciting and so on. But I think it's a global experience. But Genghis Khan's descendants, everyone categorized and recorded. He's a gorgeous conqueror of the world. You do not have his children fully up all over the place. He had 4 wives, children with 2 of them. But some of them descendants who we know mostly within our many generations. His brother Hamza had many more children than he did. Many more. But they caused a lot of problems so they don't empires were rivaling the brother war. So it could be that one of these other people who the children would have been a more issue of this. It could have been I just don't look at it. Only today. Well, just said no change. Claims of the different ideology, right? So there's also the reason I say this methodology is pretty solid. Oh, I believe that they found some connection of people. Yeah, but they have no evidence that it's really connected to his God. I think it may be potentially it's connected to him. Yeah, somebody would go ahead and reach it. I think that's quite possible. We've already had them come through. We've had the Turkic nations. I mean, you're right. On the other hand, I wish they could get some proof. I wish it could be true. They could just believe it the way it is. We have no DNA. Okay, she just got said, I'm not letting go. My nation. And he chose me to agree with him. But he was way very strong. It should always be that way. Most of the college who followed him were also buried in a similar way. Chinese and Persian were buried in very elaborate tombs, but not the usual tombs. No. So Copenhagen was buried back with his grandfather. The West way. No, not everyone was going to die. He was on campaign tours. He was died out. He was buried out there. I think his father, Rabbi, was also buried out there. That was one of their homeland. But many of them were buried with him. And it's known that not at the same time, it's said, you should be like, you cannot do it. It should never be disturbed. It should never be disturbed. We're not going to have to.
Like you're saying, the people of Mongolia, they have a sense.
They believe he's in a certain place, yes. They believe in the way it's sacred. Just leave it as it is. No buildings, no killing of animals, no chopping of trees, nothing. You can read them. It's all even dedicated to him and his family.
Or the greatest conqueror of humanity, for good or for bad, the most impactful, one of the most impactful human in history.
Even his thing, and then I said, what did he look like? And I said, well, that portrait was painted 50 years later by somebody who never saw him. And actually, if you look at the portrait of Robert Khan and James Khan, they look alike, except one's black, one's younger. I think that's because Umar was trying to establish, he wanted to establish his legitimacy as a real people. And they looked alike when his grandfather said he didn't. And then, they hung. But I say, if you want to see the face of Genghis Khan, look at any given one of the first show you see. It's the face of Genghis Khan. It's his nation. He created that nation. That's his face.
That being said, there's no, from his time, capturing all this image, that he really made himself sort of disappear from the land. Does that make you sad?
Because he's everywhere. When you have his clans are still operating in Afghanistan, and the Russians are still using the system. There are many aspects of him living in the world. And I think I find inspiration the same way that Thomas Jefferson did. He found so much inspiration in the life of Genghis Khan and the books of Genghis Khan that you can still read it. He bought so many copies and gave to the Library of Congress, to the Library of Virginia, University of Virginia, to his granddaughter. These ideas live on, and we still have not. We do not have religious freedom. We do not have no protections for women. We do not have protections for envoys and ambassadors. The ideas live on, and the rulers do not live as the common people. They eat the same food, they eat the same clothes, they sleep in the same his kids would sleep in the same situation.
I have tremendous respect for leaders who live just as people play and read. Yeah, most of the time. But it is just infinite respect. That is the way. What lessons can you learn from James Conner and what you already said? It's just freedom, some of these ideas.
Well, I think those policy ideas, I think, are important because still work on that protection of diplomats. Not concealing women and not giving women having religious freedom of individuals. Also, he had tax-free status for religions, physicians, and teachers. Teacher. He didn't say tax-free for any other category. That's just what those. And it's highlighting the health of the people, the education of the people, and the spiritual. That's very important. That's well, life. So these are policies I'm not engaged with the policies, but I think some of the general principles of being willing to learn from our mistakes. Make your mistake to yourself, correct it, and go on with your life. All of us see it important, but we don't do it for the most part. We don't turned over to his sons and his family. Most of his life, because that rich. I think it's just for the world. He was a man who had no education and he had no sense. But he had this sense that the world should be united. We should have things to unite people. Everybody should have their own law, but there should be a higher law of heaven that governs people. And this later was trying to unite Israel language, but you don't like to see the whole this idea of trying to impose something for currency in Iran, the Persian Caliphate, Chinese paper money. It didn't work. The people there were used to it. But all this international spirit, I think that we need to be talk about globalization. It's just incredible. Provincial and we're just so provincial. Sometimes we use this technology to help preserve our provincialism. We can't think in global terms. We can't think about the world. It's just amazing to me how narrow-minded we are. I also if you're afraid, don't do it. If you do it, don't be afraid. Yes. Especially celebrate. And it's, in many ways, Genghis Khan is a representation of a person who is suffering. That person from nothing. And entire existence. Everything against him is a good thing now. Getting a father, dying at an early age, all these things like that. But as John said, he had a good life, he had a good life. There were many crucial points at which it was either his mother or his wife who made the deciding point. His wife was his mother. That was the first thing. Later on, when the Charlottes had come to power, but he humiliated his younger brother. She was the one who said he climbed down on so much, who were exercising too much power. And she guided him a lot. They could not be understand how important, critical, and hard this story is. It's fascinating. Sometimes behind the scenes, because they're always out front. Of course, they always stay out front. They're always out front. This horrifying Chinese who are very ignorant, horrifying Muslims. It horrified the Christians. They didn't. The women even drink. They could come up like they do rub it in. Sometimes it was like that, but other times it was not. Actually, the room. These are his daughters, such as all kind of know people. But the other daughters who wrote over different, they wrote in their own names. And he's very, this is something about the history. Look at the chapter, section 3. Look at the chapter, or section 215. There's only half the sentence. 214 is important. Early, he calls his daughter or something like that. She lives with his mother at this point. His youngest son-in-law is only 4 years old. The time comes and the father gives him food because you food everybody. He realizes this is the one who takes off. That's the child who takes off. He grabs him, kidnaps him, runs out, and he's holding the child in one hand and he's pulling out his knife with the other hand. Then they raised up as she grabbed his arm and held him down. The two men, they were back behind the gear, slaughtering of dogs with an axe because it's you have to do it in the shade, pointing you know, don't do it flying. And so they get back there doing that. And so they raised up with an axe and they killed a man. And so then Genghis Khan was warning everybody all their great deeds. only I said it's a good thing. She was talking about the thing. Listen, missing. And I was just so, and I looked at all these different translations of how they really often they translate it. And now I read oh no, oh no. He was very clear in his way speeches. I give people to you. You have three husbands. You have your honor, you have your nation, and you have the man that will give to you. But the man that give to you goes in the world with me. And he's so easy. The Chinese, when they arrived for a long time, they didn't know what to think. There she is wrong. It's very old. And they said, well, she can read it, right? That she's just a great judge. But she doesn't know any death sentence without permission. But they didn't say it so much as she could read the mind master. So they said the secret history is has been edited to remove the significance of women, even though they're still there. In this case, in other cases where there's mother, like God and all, but I think in that case, what happens is most of these women have few offspring. The husband is gone, and Tony, of course, she married several times. Sometimes it was something worse, you know, they were going off to war and they weren't reproducing. They wanted something that was only some period. She was the one of a whole bunch of daughters. They wouldn't be going home to war until they actually split off to the empire. Later on, what happened was the area of Quebec was taken over by Kublai Khan. And then the areas, all the Turkic areas, one by one, were taken over by Confucians. They died out, not in their own lifetime. It didn't kill them in their own lifetime. They died out. Took it over. And so they just erased it. Like, no, Northern China, even though it was sunny, always was. She was really because of her husband. And her sons were more good. So they cut out the women from regions. I think any time it and there are other little things that are added. Sometimes you can find a phrase and yeah. You study humanism. What have you learned about human nature and just the trajectory of humanity? That's we tend to have a certain love for individuals and persons, and a lot of love for people in general, and especially not institutions. I tend to have great suspicion of everything, distrust in institutions over and over. And I think that's important to this and find reasons to support that. Chip is not very good at destroying a lot of institutions or bringing them to heal within his heart. And I like that, and I stress those things. That's one thing. But other things I've heard from a lot of people in general, not just about their history. How it for thousands of years in a place that people is not the most beautiful in the world. It's most steer. We have a band of flowers with some trees and a big band of sand to go breathe. And for many people, it's not appealing. It's just there's too much space. It's like waiting to build something. Well, you can have a coffee right there. You can have a building like a silver. But you know, they haven't committed to that. They really believe in their country. They protect their country. Even down to 1% is kind of they keep it down. And all these records, farm and city come to a category. Because it's settled people. It doesn't mean settle on the farm, settle in the city. Settled people. And they live there in this land that Genghis Khan would return to. To return to the capital city, he would not yourself, but recognize the city, but it's still his country, his people. Worship him in a literal sense, not the way we would worship God as neighbors, but in the sense of worshiping him with praise. We have so many songs to praise him. Half of the hymn book that comes in praise of Jesus Christ, is something we can understand because we pray, we use these things, oh, thank you God for this and that, you're so wonderful, would you please give me, would you please do this, would you please stop this pain? We're asking for things all over the place. But see, this how no one ever asks for anything. They just honor him. They just praise him and honor him. If I wanted to say, go ahead. Oh, you're not going to. What's the Bible? Let's talk the Bible. Are you coming with it? It's a nice valley. Nice valley. I think any direction you go outside of this city is going to be interesting. Kind of a most people often go when they do a loop to the Karakoro, but it was Rubicon. And then they circle back to the city, and they stumble to the city we call Wall Street. The wild homies, but they don't kind of got me. Just even when they go up to school, they could be like someone they might call much smaller. So that's a beautiful trip. If you look to see the Burgundy area where they look like eagles, the west is where the Kazakh people live. The mountains are absolutely incredible. More gentle, more gentle. The farther west you go, the more dramatic. The more and if you go to the eastern Republican, it tends to be very flat. There are massive books of creeds and millions and millions of creeds. There are also tundras that come in, and the golden ducks fly to beautiful birds out there. And each area has something special. Particularly the history of Jesus Christ. Love him, worship him. Don't do too much to capitalize on his home. You can go to the AT. There are areas you cannot go to, large areas. But capitalize like this is the place. They go through themselves in perspective. There's only one place that built this statue of loving just that's in the world. But it's the place where they say he found his whip, which is where he's coming back from being in the camp. It's the Orgel Hunt, or Torgel Hunt, or Von Hunt. And he's coming back to his family, and on the way he supposedly found a whip there, which is just a small stick with a couple of strands of rawhide at the end of it. For the Mongolians, it's simple. Obviously, it's used for a horse. Your destiny, yourself, is your cable, your wind horse that lives inside of you. Your wind horse that gives you opportunities. It's up to you. Your mind and wind horse. It's up to you to use the wind horse, not to just go wild with the wind horse. And so, I think it's that crucial moment. It's one of these we back home and you go with to and the soldiers to the market to rescue first time. And to sit behind, he found it. And I think it means that he found the way to control his destiny, his fate. It's very important. Very important. And it's symbolized in that statue. Some people think that he's like this, like that it's calm or whatnot. It's what they call the children. Almost every day on the moment, everything on was really wrong. I know, oh my God, everything like that. But then, almost every day, I meet somebody, just one person, who gives you some kind of hope. You see somebody doing something nice, or when they do something nice for you, I do find in any job that happens a lot. That people just do nice things for people every day. And something finds its satisfaction with all the big things in the world. Everything grandchildren, all of it. We young people, all of it. And then I see something, and often it's something with the young people, something that the young people do. Our inner nation can always bring me anything, bring me dry courage, and bring me strawberries that they picked in the forest of the summer, bring pine nuts, and they bring me to milk. This is from my grandma. All the other children were home. There's no good from my grandmother. She was like the best children. And so over and over and over, I, despite all my own intentions to be a minister, some of these people there where things that look nice and animals that are really, really touching. Touching. It reminds you that there's that on the whole, keep you in keep making changes to better for your generation. Yes. People don't take such good care of the time. I think I like that. And then somebody talked about this before. So Christianity must have so easy to find years without compromise. Just being not able to start anything. We lived half the year still in that was because the climate and altitude were better for the situation. It was very healthy. Also the people. It was important that the scientists are good. Everything's working. When you're in a future of what we're going to do, every moment. So a lot of people pick up the wheelchair in the winter over the we could go to the harbor again and go this magnificent set of Soviet stickers to get to the harbor, we would go, and I had no worries like two guys have got one side, two guys on the other side. They do not say, excuse me, man, help you. They do not wait for you to say thank you. Nothing. They just do it and they walk away. They have such respect. Singers would come there all the day to sing to love and a house full of women. Even dancers would come sometimes to dance and play the fiddle or to be that warm up the house, to see how they treated a normally disabled person. And if I was meeting my wife, anybody else, they would come to me and take us on the side, meeting her in their place. Children would come up there and we're going to would have prayed. She's in a wheelchair. You just kind of bump. They don't know what to do. Over there, the children would always come to her. They were very good. You just learn something about people living there in a country where you live in the countryside, you come to a camp, you never ask for permission to go in. You sort of go for it. It's a huge difference. And you ask, it's not going to be what you're not going to cause. People have to ask you for something. You walk in and you sit down and they fix food for you. It's incredible. These are the things that there's no institution in the world, not the big things, not all the latitudes. God save us from the latitudes. You got stuck and you're cold and wet, and they build a fire and take care of you. Or you just show up and you make camp somewhere if you have your own tent. But I swear within an hour, some child is going me out. People I want of mankind, even though I'm lost in the modern world. Let you find your way. And the wife is no longer with us. What's a favorite memory you have with her? Well, I can tell you a favorite picture. So like we used to go to call it we'd let somebody here, a nice friend, to us, just sitting there watching the sunset over the lake. Do many, many times. And when she's on there, she holding hands, sitting there, chair paralyzed. We're just sitting there staring off at the distance. That's one of my favorite. I was just blessed. A lot of them was exciting. She was smart. She could talk to everybody. She had no music, so I like her so slender, but she's the one that gave me a life. She, the truth is, I'm very old. People don't believe her, but I feel the English in college. We gotta go home. I don't know, but was the next time. But they had third grade education. My father had seventh grade. We did everything. After the grandparents died, there was no big education there in the family. But I somehow told me to go. He didn't want me to go to the war. Will. I was married to the governor. But he had no father, and then I could go to college. So I got to college. And my kids said, oh, I was drinking and having a party and not drinking. No, I was trying to pass that going. I failed. I failed. And this was just a huge shame to me. In fact, after my reason, they kicked me out of school. My grades were so low. And it took me a long time to face this stuff. It's not that I bring my head out of my touch, just we met later. And I told her, she just looked at me, she said, you're the professor, I go, what's the professor? I said, you can write anything you want. And she had the power to make me believe everything she said. I didn't care what she said, I would believe it. And I said, yeah, that's right, it's just a professor. Yeah, but what, and she inspired me. But she supported me all the way through graduate school. She was taking some courses at one point. She was doing much work, but she inspired me when she taught single day, we sat together by the water, by the window, I walked into the finishing room, overlooking the water. We sat there at the desk. She sat in a wheelchair next to me. And sometimes we would play a little music in the background. And for the most part, she couldn't talk. But she liked to just sit there beside me working. She knew that she was an inspiration. She knew. She was the battery that kept me going, you know. On earth, I never had a wife like that. I don't know. That's beautiful. It's beautiful. You know, I just hit the jackpot for you. And I see so many people that get by. They even like each other, friends or something. But in my life, there was one person. I love my children, but still they're like grandchildren. And I don't understand them. Yeah. But there's one person in my life, and that was my wife for 44 years. And her funeral was on our anniversary. It's just the way life tells, you know. I was very lucky, very lucky. If the two of you lived a few centuries ago, I might be reading a history book about your conqueror. No. And if she said, I probably wouldn't make it. Exactly. She enjoyed them. You know, in her final, I could not ask her questions. And I would not say, well, you remember that? No, I never would say that because I knew she could remember. But when she would be restless or something, I used to recite scenes from her life and just give the scene without seeming to remember. But the last night, I started to know that she was going, but it was a rough night. And we went back to the first night that we had in Moscow. We came in December and winter. The snow was so beautiful, the white and the yellow lights shining on it. And then it was beautiful as we went to the whole story. She had this delicate blue book from her grandmother from the 1920s with a huge, and so I wrote it. It was a great blue. I wrote this huge column. She used to look like a movie star from the 20s or something. The way we just see uplifted sky down. But it was one of the most beautiful nights. But your last night, I told her that story. And, you know, all the details. I know through many times. When we were called from our grandmother, whom she loved, the snow and the yellow lights, and we arrived at night because of course the flight was late. And then the next night, going to the whole story, all those beautiful things from Russia. That was it. She was an inspiration. I have many nights with many dreams of great memories. That made me cry. Oh, no. You're a beautiful human being. It's really an honor to talk to you. It's such a unique journey through human history. One of the most impactful people in human history. Oh, thank you very much. You appreciate it. We have so much research and I feel that you're going to know things I don't know. There's only one piece of research left. There's me. That'll be my goal. So, go. Thank you. Thanks for listening to this conversation with you. This podcast. Please check out our sponsors in the description and consider subscribing to this channel. Let me answer some questions. They're not to get us updated. Thank you. If you'd like to submit questions, biggest, most powerful mind in all of human history. He himself was a slave owner, making and even in case of the contradictions. In fact, there's evidence that Thomas Jefferson wrote Genghis Khan's ideas about the religious freedom. Ideas of human freedom, the joys of human history. And Dan, in his episode, documents these contradictions and complexities. Major U.S. economic involvement, including violations of basic human rights, breed, generational nature. This was important to understand the consequences of our world failings can confirm by decades and centuries. As perhaps one of the values of studying history is legal atrocity, but it also contains people who fought, dared to rise in some way on the moral decrepitude of the day, to try to build a foundation with slave for the future world. As Advocate Jr. put it, the world the universe is one that ends with justice. And now, these are only example words about Gaza, Israel, Palestine. I'm not sure how good enough. No point the right word to express feelings. Let me try. I think what is happening in Gaza is an atrocity. And I think that the Israeli government is directly responsible for it. And to the degree the U.S. government is assisting the Israeli government in this, which I believe it clearly is, insisting immediately. For me, as an American, it makes most sense to me that the government is involved in this atrocity. This needs to stop. Yes, there's geopolitical and strategic complexity, nuance, and historical context that are told by some so-called experts that one must understand. And perhaps they are smarter than me. But like I mentioned before, the only complexity of human history that I've often spoken about, the Roman Empire to the Atlantic slave trade. This is the 21st century. This is today. In the 21st century, I see things quite simply and clearly. To me, the death of a child is a tragedy. It doesn't matter what their skin color is, what their religion is, or what plot of land they call. In my view, they are all. And the death of each child is a tragedy. Dead indefinitively equal that of a homicide. Or anything remaining from what causes the flames. But now, the acts of war conducted by the Israeli government have led to the death of over 60,000 people in Gaza, likely over 80,000 people, of which at least 17,000 are 17,000. I'm not smart enough to know the path to peace and flourishing of all the peoples in the region. But I do know that what has been happening in Gaza cannot be the way. Suffering at this kind of scale needs generational hate that leads to more evil in the world, not less, to more destruction, to more suffering. This has to stop. 2 years ago, I spoke with a Palestinian in West Bank on camera and off. There's something to know now if you want to hear their voices for yourself. It was a deeply moving experience for me, and I'm grateful for it. In the future, I hope to find a way to talk to people in Gaza. I still think it's valuable to talk to leaders, historians, soldiers, activists, from all perspectives. The most powerful conversations for me and all who spend with everyday people is always what the truth is, the deeper truth of life, of pain, fear, and hope. And I still have hope. I believe we humans are good at the core, and I know we'll find our way. Thank you for listening. I love you. conversation with Jericho Weatherford, anthropologist and historian specializing in Genghis Khan, the Mongol Empire. He has written a legendary book on this topic titled Genghis Khan and Making the Modern World, and he has written many other books, including An Earth Seas Kublai Khan and the Making of China, Genghis Khan and the Quest for God, Secret History of the Mongol Queens, and other excellent books. I've got to know Jericho more after this conversation, and I cannot speak highly enough about him. He's a truly brilliant, thoughtful, kind soul. This was a huge honor and pleasure for me. This is always been the podcast. Support please your better sponsors in the description and consider subscribing to this channel. And now, dear friends, here's Jack with Genghis Khan, born in Ugly, 1162, became the conqueror of the largest contiguous empire in history. Before that, he was a boy named Temujin, who at 9 years old lost everything. His father, his tribe, living in poverty, abandoned to the harshness of the Clayton steppe, from a boy with nothing to the conqueror of the world. So, the name of this boy, his childhood, and Mongolian steppe from which he came from. The story of Genghis Khan, like the story I think of all of us, it doesn't begin with life. That's the beginning of life. The story begins with life. Sometimes it can be really generated. Sometimes it can be shortly before. But I think with Genghis Khan, the crucial thing is to understand how his parents how he was conceived. And that is that one day a cart was coming across the whole territory, and only women drove carts. Men were horses. But women owned the houses, which were called garrisons. They owned the house, and so they had to have carts for moving back and forth. And the fact that a cart was moving meant that someone was moving from one place to another. And her husband was with her. She was a new bride. And her husband, who was a horse, was what happened was a man named Yasuke, the future father of Genghis Khan. Yasuke was on a hill, was hunting with his gun. The parts of the secret history of the Mongols were very clear. He looked down and he saw her, and he could barely glimpse her, but he knew she was young, that she was a new bride. And he went back to camp, he got his two brothers, and they came racing down. First, the husband, the woman looked around, and he decided to flee. Not because he was a coward, he figured he would probably pull the men out. They would chase him, and they did. They chased him, he went a long way, he circled around, he came back. He arrived back at the beach where his wife was. Her name was Urlu. Urlu had time to think while he was riding around, being chased by the Mongols. And she decided that it's more important for him to live. And she told him when he came back, you must flee. If you stay here, they will kill you and they will take me. But if you flee, they will take me, but you will have the chance to find another wife. There are many women in the world. You find one and you call her after my name. And you remember me when you're with her. So very dramatic. And you run away. Were whipping back and forth from his chest to his back. He was obviously whether he should go or stay. But the three men were pushing again, and they were heading straight for the cart. As fundamentally mixture of heartbreak and dark criminal type of kidnapping. From that is the scene. This was the biggest contiguous empire in history. What I was really interested in was how did this happen? Who was this person? This fellow wrote in his book, the child is father of the man. That is the childhood that created him. It's that episode that was before he was born. All the things that happened through his childhood created into the man that he became. So he was now suddenly this unusual situation was created where a child is going to be born to a kidnapped woman who is being held by strange people, the locals. They were not her people. And he already had another wife, her husband. He had a wife named Sochiko. He had at that time already one son. He had another son with her. It was a very odd situation. And in fact, the father, it wasn't even there when Chico was born. He was off fighting the Tatars. He did this campaign against the Tatars. He killed two Tatars. One of them was an which is person of the heart. That's what it means from the Turk. But today, part of Mongolia. So he came back and maybe he decided to name it Evolution. Person of Iron. On Iron Man, we would call F-18 and he killed. And he killed. So his kidnapped mother, their second wife, now not only a wife, but his second kidnapped wife, these names for someone his father just killed. It's not auspicious beginning. Just episode after episode in his childhood, inauspicious. Father and mother both family died when he started killing it somehow. They overlooked him and forgot him. He was left behind. But here's this young child who was raised with them. He was left behind. And as it turned out, some other people died without him. And they kept him for a while, and eventually he was reunited with his father and mother. It's very odd to me that there was kind of a spark of relationship much between the father and the son. Because then when Temujin is 8 years old, his father decides to take him off to find a wife, which finding a wife in Mongolia Turkey, you give the child to that family, you give the boy to that family, and he will live with them and they will raise him up and they will train him the way they will make him their daughter. So he's taking him off to the state. When he didn't take the other son from the other wife, but he could. He was keeping him. There was something about the legitimate impossible that was changing. Now his father takes him off at age 8, and he was going to take him to his family. He never made it. He stopped with another family, the first family he came across. The words of the secret, his friends, was like he's still alone. There was fire in his eyes and fire in her eyes. So this girl rushed to him. He was about 9 years old, a little older, and he wanted to stay there with his family, according to the story. And so the father kept there with his family. On the way home, the father decided he's held a drinking party, and he decided to join them. They were to doors. He hid his identity. On this camp, everybody got it. Years after everybody years. When they figured out who he was. But supposedly, they poisoned him. He got on his horse and was able to ride back home. But within a few days, he died. So now, Temujin is off living with another family. Somebody comes from his family, another relative, a close person, comes to get him. They get back. They make it through the winter. All the early one now she has 4 sons and 1 daughter. they camped one night. And they waited until it was dark. And they took off. But this time, one of them reached for the bed they could sing out to try to stop them. And they killed him. And he would you cry. He's a little boy, 8 years old. There's nothing he can do. He's just a little boy. And now that family is left there on the state with 4 children, possibly 5 already. So you know, one of the 2 children would live there to die on the state. When the winter comes, it will surely all be over. Oh, in the words of the secret district, she pulled her hand out. She took her black stick and she ran down the banks of the river, digging up roots to feed the common of her brood. She fed them through the winter. She found food, digging up whatever she could, finding whatever she could, everything she could. Even at this young age, Tamucha was already beginning to love to do right things. To he could get to fish, he could do a few tasks to help feed the family. It was an extremely awful struggle at this point, but she saved every one of the children. So, Tamucha was really here for loneliness and struggle. Because even after this, he was kidnapped at one point by Dutch people. He was kidnapped, and they would say, he was going to be enslaved. They put him into a cage and killed him like a box would wear. And so his 2 arms are in it, and his head is in it. When he's trapped in this thing. But every night he would be taken to a different year to be guarded by the family. And one night there was a celebration of the people of the he's left with a boy who's not very smart. And he was in managed to take the game away from the young that he's strapped in and use it as a weapon, like turning it around very quickly and hitting the boy in the head, knocking him out. And one of the first lessons from all these that anything that moves is living. This is going to go on for generations. Very important. Almost if it moves, it's a weapon. He did that. He raised him in the night. He jumped into the river. He still living there. He's still trapped under there. The people looking for him. They come out and open down the river. And he's hiding underneath the water for the most part, trying to breathe as best he can. But it's dark and it takes him a little bit. You give up and I said, okay, come back to my way here, possibly escape. The next day he knew one family that he thought he could go to. And he was right. He went to that family and he risked themselves and work out their family with the children. They risked themselves. They finished some and then burned it in the fire. They gave him food to escape. And then he had to go find his family again. So this is the kind of life at this point that much is key to be clear. The thing is trapped and the things are trapped. We think that's how it is. We just have the word. We don't say that it has the hands on window that his body is trapped in it. But from all evidence we have, it's the hands and the head. And he's running on deeply alone with this thing. Yes. Yes. But then he has to go out and find wherever his family is. So this was the foundation. It's breaking with normal tradition and kinship. This is most important thing about all else. Because here's the story where he's been for his father's brother. See, the men who in turn, they had an obligation under or custom to raise her with the husband, not me. They did not. They should take care of her and her children. Because her children, children of their brother, they count the sons of the clan. Well, they should. So they had all deserved. I'll show you. He learned very early on that almost like they're getting treatments from China. And one group like the other, whatever they have, like style, or mental, almost their stuff, but they could use belt to make their dance when they were not transplant. So they had to get these items from somewhere that was training. And so even in the genealogy of the technology, you see going back generation after generation, women having been kidnapped, children born who were not necessarily the father's children, career who the father was, all of these issues go back a whole lot. Later, as Hollywood realized, once it becomes successful, we don't realize that the true source of most of the beauty illness there is over women. And later came about the kidnapping of women and the steal of women. And why? Not because of what had happened to his mother, but what happened to him next in his life. And this is where I think you talk about this. Somebody's lost story. What his wife was kidnapping was the defining finger point to one place where Genghis Khan, the conqueror, was created. And that is what it means. Like that became described with all his money. What is what that means and what the kidnapping of women. At age 16, first, the girl he had met when he was 8 years old, she's now 17. She had been walking home. It's hard to even imagine what it was like with a 16-year-old boy who had suffered these indignities in life in every way that you can imagine. And suddenly, here is the love of his life who's going to be living with him and making him happy. He has somebody who loves him, not just his mother running around getting food, but trying to feed 5 children and was the other wife and her 2 children. He has somebody who loves him. It's all the excitement that you can imagine. The fire in the eyes, that excitement, and then it only lasts a few months. So there they are. And there's a lady visiting them. We don't know exactly who she is because they called her Greenwich Watch is there. Greenwich Watch is sleeping on some floor of the gear. And early in the morning, she feels the vibrations of the earth. And she knows the horsemen are coming. She rouses the family. But Mother Earth is in charge. Mother Earth is still in charge, even though Georgia isn't married. She puts all of her children on a horse. She takes the baby girl to in her own lap. She has one extra horse, but she won't take it. Because she knows she has to look in ours, she has no idea. They're coming in the dark, they're coming. They know there's a girl there, this family of outcasts, a wife, and they know that they're coming with them. So she leaves such a note to the other wife. She leaves this old lady riding a lunch in back as her car. And she leaves the party. They pile into Granny's car. It's a bit of a little get too far.
And this is the release of the military genius born because in order to get her back, requires an organization of troops.
He needs allies because he goes to carry out the plan. Remember about what he goes there because he goes there because his father had gone on Israel. He went there and he took a gift. His mother had bought a sable coat as a gift for mother. Marriage. So he took the coat and he took it and he gave it as a gift to Rothschild and his friends. Rothschild said yes. And he said, I will send some troops we need more. And you need to ask to him to come also. He said, I will send a message to him.
To tell the story of Jalka is the story of Genghis Khan is one of people hanging him disloyal years person who's not until his kid. It comes in a way, in a way, is described. The best thing that ever happened to Genghis Khan and one of the biggest challenges in later years of Genghis Khan was Jalka.
His family had wintered here most of where the was with her children. So the two boys spent winter older child of such his son. My brother has complete authority over the younger siblings. To report to him when his friends would come around, the time come, and he would look at them as he like a reality. And his word goes, he is the father in the absence of the father. Also, it's quite common that if a man dies, and his brothers either have no brothers or his brothers have not married his widow, then if he has a son with another wife, she will become his wife. So it would have been common that eventually when he passed puberty, within perhaps maybe earlier, did that happen? Whatever he either it did, or it was kind of intended, because it was bad enough that he was the older brother, but he was the older brother and the stepbrother. But to get too much, it just couldn't handle that. But he was already, he wasn't very well able to even take things like a feast or bird that was in a colony that would be perfectly accepted. Hierarchy. From which you would catch a fish. Yes, it's only recorded once, but perhaps it happens. Thing to do. Just take stuff. He can do anything he wants. Well, produce it for siblings. That's and but too much is not going to sound. So mostly in the record, they kind of put the blame on this. Not so sure that's really the blame. Why is it such a thing? So many names that mother because and it's complicated. For a reason, he and his brother decided to kill him. They did. Why do you think it was more complicated than that? It feels to me like stealing a fish is like the final straw. Here, being abused over and over. The fish is a symbol of that. There's a period that it takes. I think it is a symbol of that. I think it is a which is over an age. But it's these other kids that's what's going on. Like, they shoot him with arrows thinking, what happens afterwards? There's also interesting from the dynamics of what's going on. We hear nothing from she and her younger son. I can find they stay with the family. When there is outrage, his mother, he screams and hollers at him. All this kind of clarity you can imagine. In your life, you took your whole shit out of you were worse than everything that she could name. It could be worse than she was outraged when he went on and on about it. She was about to be asleep. Extremely obsessed about it. We're still kill the mother of the woman. She made that distance when nothing is true. I mean, this was so really of his mother. But I don't think it was a deeply meaning. I think it was important. What I don't think was important, deeply meaning. Brother was gone. Problem was solved. Mother is extremely difficult. But it does show. It's interesting. It's not a big deal for him. It does show he's willing to resort of a situation. Yes. He is capable of doing anything that needs to be done to resolve what he sees as a problem. Either way, resolved it at a very young age. So he had that experience of going to. But now, maybe the younger one at the time, don't go with him to support him. He has lived in high stays loyal to him his entire life. Very interesting. So actually, if we return to Bershta, is it normal that you have a love story across many years when you're separated? Sort of those loyalty from Bersha to Bershta. And this is like Uzbekistan. Funny thing is, John, he was preoccupied staying alive and getting a fiction, studying and things like that. There might be time for time, but for whatever reason, she came, and it could be that her family liked him in some way, or that she remembered him, or that she had no other suitors. By the 17th, she should have been married, eventually. So we can explain why, but it was certainly a story. In fact, even though it goes to, to each other throughout their lives, or she was saying the most important person to him. To literal, to give him back. He was everything. He was willing to die. He was willing to kill. He was willing to die in order to get her husband. And he told her about it. But now he's reestablished his relationship. So he decided to stay together. And they all walked up one another. And she is pregnant. This becomes a huge issue for her. It's one of those things that's a bit sticky, one of those things that are an issue. And what happens when it's like every line, when his folks come against him, and they know that first child will get messed up. He defends his wife peacefully. He says, what's not? He says, you were not there. You do not know. Love to, you did not see the sky turn. I don't know. You did not see the stars falling. You did not see the earth turn over. You don't know what was happening. And if I say he is my son, he is my son. Before you, this is otherwise. You were not there. You come from the same one. You don't live in your young words. Sure. Cold stone. So he defended her for you. He's off now. No one to the beginning. She's pregnant. There's the hope of a family. And he and John decided to renew their vows of beyond every judgment. So this time, it's more serious. Ceremony of the whole fancy process of it, which is for God, but the whole plan that's there. But John takes all the gold milk, which actually hits the one. Keeping the brown on the he took off but he put it on to within. But then to what you get him, a layer of a neck or those unusual paper around the front of her head, you know. Unusual get really but I didn't know all the meanings. You know, it's sort of on today. But the one belt and think about it. The belt on the local land is really just like a random to see. Oh, but small, but even now, small person with no belt. This is how they bring their belt today. Women with belts. What they tell you is no good. What's great, right? It was very important symbol that he gave them. They celebrated. Then the word to see what his name. They spent the Lord the same way and a one from whatever. They were happy together. When the baby was born, to name the baby Dutch, which means visitor. Some people say religion because Joseph was really no like a child. People say no, it's because he was a visitor on the territory of Joseph at that time. And other people can say, well, Joseph's ancestor, who had been born from the kingdom of the woman who was pregnant, they had named it Megadai, which meant foreigner. So it's got like a parallel visitor of the foreigner. That's what Joseph was the name. Yeah, they call Jonah. So all these things that sometimes we can't fully understand because we never know what they're not there. But we should say that it's a pretty powerful part of his love story is that he knew that John's likely not his. And he accepted that John's and defended it as much more importantly as his first yes, he defends his child through his entire life. And but not long after the war, he don't know they goes for really gets temperature so hard with the urging understood. She said to him, Lord, for you too much, you orders not too much. You need to be free right away. She urged him when he loved his land with everything. I think certainly the most important character in his life and also have to be a relationship which gets up very tested after years. They run away from him to escape from him. But he obviously first of course with him. So here's this breaking with some of them. Good in that relationship. Some of them never think of it. They're just separated. So John remains loyal to him, and towards someone else. To much loyalty, fighting in different kinds of things. Well, not eventually, separate Temujin. Temujin was making all of these great victories for Rothschild. He was even the title of, which means so he made prince or king. And he will not receive them from the Jin dynasty because of all these conquests against the Tatar people. So Temujin was writing it, and then he wanted his son to marry the daughter of Rothschild. And Rothschild his own son. They go his children from the no marry those top people in their rules. They're not like us, we carry our people, and we're not going to marry them. And so then, now, or you could say, brings over huge enemies. He has to flee far away into the east of a place called Balchut. He goes to Balchut, and this time, John Connor is going to fight his Lord. The two of them do not meet in combat. And they didn't see that. I mean, there's an obvious tension there. There's an obvious things breaking. Yes, it's hard to know what's going through their mind at that point. That later on, when the relationship is being resolved in unfortunate ways, and believe neither one of them ever truly were okay because they never believed each other directly. And in fact, eventually defeats God. He takes over to know he's starting to really run himself now. And he has to find from his own people and take his life. They give him that like by the music. It's a very special place. Take that time and think of the time that anyone ever is. That we go on Chinga's blood. It's a new title that he must thought of, or somebody thought of, or somebody had the auspicious being behind him. It's very close to where he is, which means the sea. a very very few followers. But he takes the time. It's a very old, ancient, but because it's gone, Rothschild gone, he had to take this title and pretend to be the great God of his day. There's a people turn against him, and they capture him, and they think they can take him to Jesus Christ. They'll take him and not give him the Beirut to praise for turning him in. But take us out to report them. He kills them because they have betrayed their leader, who is his son. It's very strange. And so ultimately, take this off. Say to him, come back to me, save me. Be my guide, be perfect, be my shadow, be the safety guard. And supposedly, God says, but I did betray my people against you, and you will always know it, and you will never completely trust me. I will be like a mouse underneath the cover of your tomb. I will be like a thorn in the lapel of your head. He said, kill me, and shed your blood, let me die. And if you do, take my remains to my place and bury me. God will be the guard, I will be the protector for you and your people forever. So, obviously, there wasn't enough participation in the killing, but he wanted the killing. And he was, it's not specified if he was killed without shedding blood. He said several ways, because the most honorable way to die was without shedding blood. Blood contains blood of soul. Blood is in you, is in your soul. So they used a method of torments, and then beat him to death, or trample him to death with horses, something like that. The method was probably the method by which Jesus was killed. So he was killed, and then pretty much or Jesus had his remains taken up and buried in a place. This is a 1-year-old tomb, which is a big part in the Russian until the 20th century was a part of Mongolia. The Tuvan people, very, very close culture. Under the relationship and deep value for loyalty. So the way evil is living just well, it's just to the jungle perspective. He become very mythical at this point. And he understood that he needed complete loyalty and trust with everybody around him. And I think for this reason, he was willing to accept the plea of Jama and when Chinggis was back and to be his shadow and to be his safety guard again. Maybe that was just a formality that he never rejected. Or maybe when Jama offered to be killed without shedding blood, it was a formality that he went through. To me, just reading your work and understanding this history, this relationship seems like a really relationship that defines the nature of love. Yes, Genghis. I would say, in positive ways, it was the most important relationship. His adulthood, I was telling you first, that relationship really did not seem to have many negative aspects. They disagreed on things, but conflict. She was by him, and she was positive in every regard. Of course, forever. She was not submissive. She was always on his side. And so it was just a little too hard for me. With their admiration. Then these things like, oh, we're going to we're going to come to everybody, you know. Flair for the program, giving it away, giving the goal too much. might help you. And my wife, she just used to work like she just never completed it. For so long, and we did not have relations. So, I think something like that rings true. There was some elements of that never knew. But he, John, certainly didn't have the intelligence and the real genius dealing with soldiers, especially after warfare, and what you did. And there's innately there's a contrast. Genghis Khan, accumulating riches, accumulating power, anyway, that was whether for the sake of the riches or for the sake of the power. It was almost very practical because it is a way to maximize the success of this operation. You see, I often wonder what happened to the Belgians and shouldn't get from the start. Does it just disappear? Yeah, it's interesting because Timbuktu was never interested in what you gold mines. As Genghis Khan is more, in some ways, you could say, became the richest man in the world because he was the most visible point of view. But he always dressed simply. He always lived in a tent. And he said, he would want soldiers eat and would dress the way my soldiers dress. I live the way my soldiers live. And we're the same. So he had no interest in the wealth. Just he enjoyed it when Muhammad, which was very contagious because they had dream demons and wealthier people and all. But he just didn't have the temper that was going to help for Genghis Khan's continuing rise. That is one of the powerful things about Genghis Khan's story. He came from nothing, absolutely nothing, and he did not see and understand become corrupted by the riches. Let's say remain the same. Yes. Person who does not have value. He changed and matured in various ways over time, as we all do. He never became religious in any way. He was never greedy. He was never greedy. He kept the simple life. But part of the simple life for him meant that no one was allowed to write about him. No one was allowed to make his likeness. They couldn't make a picture of him. They couldn't make a statue of him. Building could be built dedicated to him. No palace, no tomb, no temple of any sort. Not even but the simplest gravestone. It's fascinating that the middle of the world would have the intelligence to understand how cool it is. Like, somebody builds a statue of you. That's like this very slow. It's becoming not seeing the world clearly, not seeing surrounding yourself with sympaths that don't tell you the right the information, not being able to select the right people to lead the armies or to lead the territories that you conquer. So it's interesting that he had that foresight or worship. That's because that's a dangerous road to go down. It's very hard to explain how he stuck to that, how he got it. There's so many cycles to find out, but and yet he maintained this fierce attitude towards his relationship was with the people around him. His court, usually his private part of the that went with him, the civil part of the that was his relationship, his family, his lives. This was what was important to him. But no portrait was painted until 1278. Well, by then he already been dead for 51 years. And no statue till the 21st century. It's incredible. Let's go to the point that you referenced several times, the secret history. The secret history is a very unusual document, and I happen to love it very much. But I said, I think it's enough to be written of him in his lifetime. People couldn't take notes because alarming was that he and Genghis Khan ordered the invention of the alphabet that was adapted from the computer. said later, eventually, I became the supreme judge appointed the Chief's court. And so the Chief's nominated, he recognized that it was important just to write down the total things on the left in blue. Nothing about it, like campaigns or military anything. What Shigeru was is that Shigeru realized that this was going to be lost, that this is a great historic thing happened. So he compiled the people contributed to so clear. Almost they don't specify this. They always say exactly where something happened. So we know exactly where it happened and what they still know that spot where he wrote it. It's very important to the Logos. We also know it's here well. So we said 1228. He was on it 27. So he wrote down that begins with what I say the myths, or the sugar myth, which is a myth that begins with various laws of great rules. It's a complete universe. So they live with that stuff. And together, what was he saying? They look at me, I still have on this. So what? You would say, blue gray wolf, she was Tony Deer. They think they're real people. Maybe they were or not. So there's a very history of genealogy is it should be noticed. And it's also what they John, they don't know what John is. Which is he's given stuff because he's just so really don't know what him. And his father is like the German he was. He gets him there, you know, comes from he has the title to comes in and says, it's confusing. But I tend to think it's probably accurate. There's a lot of good information. And by the time you get to the life of the reason we know these intimate things is because that person, she used to be there, sleeping in the same air with me. And we even see that they will record this one first to sit up in bed and tells her husband, okay, you gotta do this, you gotta do this, you gotta do this. You know, it's recorded, right? So it's an intimate document. This is one reason that it was secret. It was the family. They were showing the upholding and unfolding and putting out information about the family. So it was secret for a very long time. So much so, as we first began to think it didn't exist. In the 19th century, the academic was working in China, teaching discovered the manuscript, which was very long. People didn't think it was anything because it was all Chinese characters. It makes no sense in Chinese. What he recognized, but if you read it, you pronounce it, it makes sense in local way. It was in this code that used to record information in Chinese. And they're reading the sounds. The sounds, correct. They use Chinese characters to record sounds. So it's problematic and some lawyers here share what the name is or something. But it was a very unusual. Once they found it, they realized that some of the Persian documents had part of them already. So it was very helpful to me because some of the Persian documents are very much. So it was helpful to know it existed and all of it. But it existed locally. Other locally sources that were written later. Some of it was just incorporated. So it seemed to me very genuine. It wasn't 100%. Just clarify so that personally, here's pretty illustrated and then on Harvard, the notes were just the notes from smaller purchase with my clients. Those are these notes, not there are Chinese someone with it because the Chinese natural understanding a lot of things. And they also disapprove of some things, so they try to put their own notes or just having the story and explain away why women would be home marrying the stepson. Just to not years for ethics. So there's several things that they try to skip around, but to take the thing just three dynasty notes that are attached to it. But the document itself, Mongolian notes don't do it. It's just so important. For me, it was the guiding document. I want to be guided by anything else first. Everything else I would check and correlate and fill in blanks and get more information. I went to Mongolia, travel around different places where those stores are like to feel it. It's so important, I think, because history does not live. History does not live in our lives. We're the mind person. Much as I need to history lives in the people. History lives in the memory of the people. For example, there was someone who did that big of person. So I went to that place. What season it happened. It was very important for figuring out the person that came afterwards and other events being correlated. Very important. I'm just talking to the people who lived in that valley, last year. They said, oh, it's clear. It was the winter. I said, oh, where did you read that? I said, no, I know it was on the ground and you could feel the vibration. She said, look, this is the winter right now. Here's the feeling vibrations and we hear something off. Suddenly, just came together. Some nomad sitting there next to his voice. And he was absolutely right. It could only happen in the winter. It correlates with the time the grading was done. It correlates with other historic features. They give me the basis for figuring out all of the things. History lives in the people. Just going on that point, visiting different places that were important to the story of Genghis Khan. What do you feel like? What are some of the wrong things about just the experience of standing? I really don't want to visit the cities he conquered. I think there was one to learn. I mean, everything was whatever the bonfires that we put anything that go here, just found whatever they found. But I get there and he didn't spend much time there because I wasn't feeling anything. But in Mongolia, I would go to these places and I would go, he does not came back then. He would go into the way we did it. There's no road. There's no sign. There's no building. There's no common language. Nothing. Just to smell it, to feel it, to see the animals, to see what kind of animals, what kind of plants are growing here. You begin to get a feeling for how he was thinking. And then you begin to see, oh, I know which direction the people go, which direction they was that way. You begin to see it, and his life starts to unfold in a very dramatic way. You have the text, but the text is like it has no secret, no promise, nothing like that. The locals will understand their way of life. They don't have to explain anything. They know which way the air faces from the sun. They know all these things. But for me, that's how it started. It was being with the people. It was the most important thing. And this was starting in the 1990s. all I went wrong. I changed my mind. I think it was years ago, but to see what history is about him. And to me, also, is the opening of human opening, opening language. I think it's very important how the people begin their language. And they begin it through words. And they think it's how hard it is for them. They attest to it. Of the people. I was speaking to the talking here, just any great somehow. And then integrating that spiritual knowledge of nature, powers of grace, this kind of connection to nature. And the way in the world, for the most part, is the same as what chicken noodles. We cannot say that for any given place in the world. There was no thought we were doing it, but just a few hundred years ago, it was entirely different people, languages, everything. But you can't say it. None of us are constant. It's the constant of life. These things have changed so much. Mongolian is still Mongolian. It's one of the largest countries in the world in space. With the fewest number of people, now today, 3.3 billion. They're spread out. They live in their environment. It's just intimate way. This was forward. Strategize for. You learn that from the people today because they are still there. They're still living. When that like as we return to the feeling of Georgia and Kyrgyzstan, what's it like looking in the place that has not changed this time? First thing I do when you step into it is you can see forever in every direction. There's there'll be nothing to stop your line of view. And it's like being in the ocean in many ways. So you have this extremely open space, and the wind is usually blowing extremely fresh. It's coming up Siberia, it's coming out of the Arctic. It sweeps down across Mongolia. It's always fresh. It's always fresh. So you have the wind coming in. You have the smell of the wind. And there's grass. The smell of grass becomes very important. Now, because of the particular location, one year to another, very balance. One year, then drop the next year, another grass grass. There's no grass and dust. You know, there's no more grass and dust. This is grass. But that's just over the country. The waters are mostly pure. The only one thing there has been pollution in this century. And the several areas. But even when I was there, even the day when we went someplace like the Sailing River, we were prolific there. It's a place of pure waters. And that's how Mongolians define this much water. They don't. Genghis Khan does not give lands to his sons to rule. He gives waters. They do not refer to the waters as land. They refer to the blood as sky, ocean, the sea. So water is very important. The earth is also important. You don't get water. If you get the water, your animals and you are going to be polluting it. In fact, maybe you depend on water to make it better. You take the animals to the river to drink, and then you take them away. You do not bathe in that river. You take the water away from the river, and you bathe away from the river. You do not go to the river. The rules are very strict and very clear. Therefore, the time of Genghis Khan. How to deal with it. Also, it's dangerous if it was the river was in a flash floods in the summertime. You can simply have it. You can wipe away. If you deal with this with water. So the people, they live with nature in a way that I don't see anywhere else in the world. And even today, with the changes, with solar panels, and they could get TV and all that, they'll understand. Still, they're living in a similar 8 was taking the horse, they both chose one another to see who could knock the other over. Their legs moved long enough to reach the stirrups. They were also cute arrows. I saw on horseback. They were making targets out of pouches that they would dangle for poles so that he would blow in the wind. The youngsters practiced hitting the targets from horseback at varying distances and speeds. The skills of such play proved invaluable to horsemanship later in life. When you speak to the relationship of Genghis Khan and the Mongols to horses, the Mongol and the horsemen one line and a moving retreat from something. I said, oh, one of the worst things lived together, they know each other, they smell the same. But I was thinking, just not to be insulting or anything, but they have that deep intimacy. The horses do know their owner from the smell. Just as very important also with Genghis Khan, because they made the flags. Horse hair, one of the old horses. So we badly use it for a practical purpose. And that is, horses would return to their source because they knew the smell of their planet was the other person they overheard. So the language itself, I am there, and we're master all the words, just like on the words of horses, much less positive critics. I can remember all those being out there and they said, oh, I want to learn English. He said, okay, yeah, that's what I do. You teach me some words. I'll go ahead and teach you the words. He said, what kind of words are the words? I said, cow. And he would say, wow. I said, yes. Okay, what kind of words are those? Wow. And it's fun. When you said this, what color is this? I said, what? Georgia, you know, 2 weeks later, by chance, another boy who is practicing the manual races, like this man had been doing, he was off in an area right close to the mountain area, and the horse bolted through the woods. He was knocked off by a tree, but the horse went deeper. The boy followed him underneath the house. The boy was 12 years old. He was 2 weeks, and he lived. I would have died in 48 hours. He lived. He said, well, he slept in the daytime when it was warm. He worked at night when it was, even if this was summertime, the night could be quite cold on the mountain. And he sang loudly all night long to keep the wolves away. He knew what to eat, and he walked until he felt the water moving, and he let the water come to him. He lived. The boy falls from the horse. His mother's not complete. She knows that it's really hard for her to do. The thing was so complete. She knows. She knows.
Just a small he tells a story that the first time he saw really tough people when he visited Mongolia. He remembered that they were taking showers in ice water, and all the other wrestlers that would take the shower that you could see how good this there was just it was emotionless. It's like ice cold water or any other kind of hardship. There's it filled the heart. Yes. And I suppose that was forces to say that there's no hardness and mental toughness
To be able to take care of yourself. And with the weather, for example, often at that time, still today, some people can have the place to do it. The men will strip naked and of their tradition will go around in the snow in order to prepare for the coming winter. And the valley where I live, the resident of the rivers just considered a tree in the summertime for the competition. The water's very cold coming down from the mountain. Every day, when there's a break, they go on and take what they do to get the water. They take the water, and they pour the cold water over themselves. And it's refreshing to them. Refreshing.
It's the horses. The value they had for the horses, the horse riding skill throughout their life created one of the most unstoppable forces in history. So if we just talk about the mountain archery, and they were able to do target shooting accurately at 200 meters forward, driving fast. The speeds of 60 kilometers per hour. So, just saying, you have the talent. Just watching some of the videos, it's just incredible how steadily they end up on the horse. And I guess it's supposed to be shooting, and I'm going to get home with the feet of the horse are off the ground. As you have to time all of that, you have to position your body to maintain balance. And then there's the skill of the actual shooting the ball. There's technology that will come up. Also, crossbows later and technology. There's a particular kind of draw that you use in order to shooting like the crossbow that works for a horse. Thing up and down, right? So you have to not drop it, it's incredible. Shooting 60 kilometers per hour. Anyway, can you speak to this exceptional excellence that the Genghis Khan Mongols had? Riding horses and engaging in war for the horse.
The horse and the bull are a perfect combination. It was the most playful weapon known to the world for the warrior girl. It was incredible. The thinking station and the climbing of movements, and also the years of skill to hold that moment. Absolute work. Long before I became a boy. By 3 years old, they would call me a rifle. When I first went to Mongolia in the 1990s, I had time units that is also subject to the contract with 1,000. So kind of hierarchy where you delegate authority, but to the degree that commands, they must be followed strictly. So for the extremely efficient, accurate, precise deployment of these troops in the battlefield, dynamic movement of these troops, including all the interesting tactics that were utilized in that really good communication, coordination, and the orders must be followed. For something to speak to that, like how do you tune this kind of system to where everybody's working together so well?
I think the worst part is because the people coaching us on shows. These kids, when as we said, had deserted him. He was an Honda, it was a personal relationship. But the only others that he found were just common people, runners or hunters, very good. And they were loyal to him and never, ever never betrayed him. So he had extreme loyalty. I mean, as you mentioned, he organized a national system. So the smallest unit of the army was the team, the squad of people. They were put together, and then they had it as one. He had no forward. But the men knew they were going to protect each other. And they had to come out with every member of every group. Don't leave anybody behind. This was extremely important. So if you submit to the orders of the man in charge, you know that he's risking his own life for you also. And you know that your brother on the left is risking his life for you. The army was organized with 5 horses each man. They had no one that had a lot of experience, but they also retrieved every was in battle. And they also defeated the enemy. Of course, this was a great advantage. But they hit Russia, but as the Russians could use both the arrows and all those could use Russian arrows. So all these little things, it's not even just the arrow. Also, they had to carry needle and thread. Every soldier had to be able to sew. And sometimes that could be through a garment. It could be a piece of skin or just something carries. It was a very odd thing where you could go to the army of Genghis Khan. They're carrying everything themselves. They don't have any packaging. And then one of the things they have to carry is needle and thread in order to sew up things. It's hard. They're also carrying dry dairy products. It's called a bag. Dry cotton. And they can keep it for a couple of years even. But you dry it and then when you need it, you can put it in a flask of water. You might stay in. It's almost up and down. Boom, boom, boom. It turns into kind of thick protein. It's said that the local studies that go 3 to 5 days without ever looking at food. They have enough food. So all these little things at the lowest level were important. It's really the highest level of his loyalty and his into him. And it went all the way down. Loyalty was extremely important. And he organized the army into left wing, right wing, or east and west. The word for left is east, or right is west. So those 2 wings, and then in the middle was the center. That was his bodyguard, his unit in the middle. And usually they'd have a vanguard, a guard, and sometimes the vanguard would go up as much as 2 years in advance, clear the land, run the people away, scare them, make them go away, so that the rest was left there, although people would move through. But they never marched the way the armies do it in a line of following the order. They would always do it along the line spread out, so that each horse is on its own path, you could say, all little thing. So they had very much of these ways of doing things. This, I think, was the secret. He used the best people, but he was willing to train them as much as possible. He never punished them. Yoshihito, for example, was a great judge. He was the man who went to battle and you understand, they lose the battle. So Genghis Khan went out with
people around him. And they knew they were going to be punished. It's not like these countries are he's persecuted because he lost. The Jews don't know that every general is going to try to do it. And if they retreat, fine. They're saving lives. They know what to do. He respects that. So all these things like fit together. I think a part of it that was important for him. So he did this base from step one, horse, archery, and how that fit together. But he was very quick to embrace any kind of other technology that he saw. I think that cemetery parties, like cemetery civilizations, they get stuck in their ways. This is how we do it. You're going to make it a little faster, you're going to make it a little stronger, but this is how we think. Junior Khan had no simply to think. He encountered the first walled cities around 1209. They're building his nation in 1206. He went up on these raids. I really think they were raids on first. So he went into the territory of what's now northwestern China. And he approaches the border. So he went there, and of course the cities have walls around them. The Spaniards, they went down to all of his life. Well, he did, but it fell. So we don't just tent or build walls.
You just do it, you know, it's like first time you see when you go for them and stuff. There's very few people that throw like things.
Well, they have like a cliffs in some places that for people that they can climb. They don't have people at the top shooting down the mountain. So he looked at everything around him, and he saw, okay, they have this river, and they have all these channels, and they always run around. And like, here's that. Anything that is a movement, but anything that doesn't move is a target. Water, they're going to be standing on the river. So he said, okay, and then they're going to dig a channel, and they're going to bring down the wall of the city. Well, they did, but they didn't know exactly what they were doing, and the embankments were high enough, and too much water came to the river, and actually flooded down the whole head. But okay, it happened. We learned that lesson, so we're going to, and that became the strategy that actually worked for the next 50 years, all the way to Baghdad. They were able to use it with the crown of Baghdad until 58. So this is this ability to see things and to try them, and if they fail, to try them in a different way. We all think we learn from our mistakes. We all want to what we do, we make mistakes. I think it's just a part of human nature. Well, it didn't work the first 8 times, but I'm going to do it one more time. I think it's going to work. I know I'm going to win the lottery this time. That's what we think. But he had that real ability to develop other things he didn't know about technology. I do understand that he didn't understand, but he could understand it in his own way. And he did. Over and over, the logos were excellent, putting together new things in new ways and using them against their enemies. So,
Rabbi stream continued in the video. You couple that with you have to say revolutionary idea that emotion should be based on their idea combined with the innovative approach to military is just feeds on itself because people who are learning from their mistakes and constantly promote again promoted in the positions anymore and they inspire everybody else to do the same. And so it's just reaction is judged based on the excellence of that action
that's animalistic. That way is the humility, the high space among those two in a circle and attack which there have been many great military historians on the great military forces of history. And things you in general is the locals don't give them almost like and don't get credit for the military tactics and the military genius exhibited different strategies. This kind of idea of the defeat and attacking the flanks that's invented and defeated by Genghis really wasn't a military genius. But there were other things too. They did like roads. They just did like roads. So they would also be coming from some direction. But yeah, and the people would be prepared for that. One of the most famous examples was just a beautiful, wonderful city. They came across the desert. Well, nobody had ever attacked across the desert. So people see dust on it. They think, oh, they don't even know what's going on. It was the direction that was a surprise to them in that particular case. So he was able to think in ways that other people were not thinking that he was surprised them. What do you think it felt like to have this armada? Feels like to be in a town when Genghis Khan was approaching. I think that was one of the greatest weapons that he had. And he cultivated this reputation of ferocity. Nor did he win battles, but he did allow people to win on him, as I said. He encouraged refugees, and when he conquered a city, he always made sure there were plenty of refugees to go to the next city because it's going to weaken them. It's going to weaken the food supply, and they're going to terrorize people with fields of the millions of people in the models. They're still just eating children and all kinds of horrible tales. Because I encouraged it. This is propaganda. It's terrorism of lethal sort to weaken the enemy. And so when you hear, or even if you don't really, you see the kind of rumor that comes with all those horses and the trembling of the earth, it must have been truly psychological warfare. But that for the top territory to be attacked, for them to surrender peacefully, the loss of life, and the alternative would be a complete loss of life. If you speak that, the figures of that precise system, exactly. He said it on his first to explain to the people of the East, what was known, but to explain to them that if they surrendered, all the lives would be spared, but they could continue in their sense. It's just that now the rulers would be the locals. They would have to pay the taxes and usually be the same taxes they paid before, but now they would go to the locals. It was kind of the general system. And because you only have 100,000 soldiers, you can't leave a detachment there. So you're going to leave the local people in charge to run their country or their city or their area. They have no plans. It was absolutely faithful. And what happens in the north of Persia, not in Iraq, he stood up to finally got stealing and looting from the people and surrender. Genghis Khan called him in. And he stripped him of his right. And he said, city, you go first. Next battle. I don't know the name of the daughter, unfortunately. But anyway, he was a close relative to him. He was killed in the next battle in the fall. So that was the story. So that it didn't fall. And the wrong woman. They didn't really kill anyone. What they did was they killed all the leaders. They just felt they could lead him and serve him well. And they used to kill the army because they couldn't incorporate the army into their own every child that had legitimate hope. And I think Jesus just loved that about him. But in Afghanistan, he was in a woman's school, on a yacht, with the Great Buddha's actually. He was sent to on a yacht, and it says that the version is the thumb of faith fired an arrow that showed you know he was killed. And Genghis Khan, he had never lost a family member. None of his sons, none of his grandsons had. He had not lost them. But now to lose the most valuable grandson you have, the one that is your pride and joy and so many rage. And so he called the father, his own son, to him. He did not tell him that he did not announce it to the public. His son came and looked at the white son. Genghis Khan said to him, you have to tell me that you will not cry or moan when I tell you this. When your son is no more. But the father, no one was allowed to moan. No one was allowed to cry. No one was allowed to do anything. You just, he said, make them cry. He came down on the people of Afghanistan so harshly. And it went on for weeks and weeks, the killing in Afghanistan. And then he just got over himself because he recognized that he had used his emotions to overcome technology and slaughtering of these nations. So he did. But that's the one time I know that he really has lost control of his emotions. And it's something we can all understand, but his response was truly extreme. He went on the they will cry. So that I was against
The way he approached which is pieces offered,
trios punched. I should have that. He didn't really kill the people in prison. Now, what happened was the killing of the what people thought was the area of Genghis Khan. The killing of him revitalized a lot of people. A lot of cities revolted. Which are not revolted, were killed. But cities that were revolted, he killed them. There was no last one.
there are estimates that Genghis Khan and his Mongol Empire were responsible for an estimated 40 million deaths, approximately 2% of the world's population. So to put this in perspective with the modern day, it would be equivalent to killing 1,800 people in today's population. So we think about the brutality of numbers like these.
The number itself is difficult. Millions of people were killed. For every family that lost someone, it doesn't matter what the number is, it's a tremendous loss. It was tremendous loss of life. And it's everyone. I don't think we should judge him differently than other conquerors in history and other countries today that fight wars, including our own country. And whatever we are willing to permit our country to do, we should be able to understand why Genghis Khan or the police did it. Look, today in the world, people are killing children, civilians, every day. Every day. And it's always in the name of something, in the name of peace, or in the name of God, or in the name of a nation. There's always reasons to do it. The United States has certainly involved with supplying the weapons for bombing people, invading Afghanistan, invading Iraq, Syria. The United States is very involved. We're the democracy in it. Yeah, we want to have a democracy to Afghanistan. And we killed a lot of people. You can even look back at World War II, a great moment of democracy and freedom and democracy in Germany. We took the bombs on Hiroshima and Nagasaki. Those were not military targets. We were not doing anything strategic. fought in Korea, but he was a good American. There's nothing wrong with it. I don't mean to condemn America, but I'm saying we condemn one set of people for doing it and then excuse it in ourselves. We tend to do that. We, especially when we're bigger people standpoint, we tend to demonize them. Or any enemy we have, we tend to demonize them. It's a lot of interesting things there. So, but it's just the very nature of personality. That's sometimes things like they talk about, which is an act of sexual terror in the same style as Jake has done, in an attempt to provide further justification. People are always fighting for peace. Always fighting for peace. One was to make the world safe for democracy and peace. In World War II, we went to war in Vietnam. We bombed Afghanistan. We bombed Laos. We bombed Afghanistan. We bombed Syria. We bombed Iraq. We're always fighting for peace. I'm not a pacifist. I am not. I'm surrounded by soldiers. I am trying to be a realist that all nations kill. It happens everywhere. So QA University also learned the way to passionately criticizing the 20th century. Killing also criticized Genghis Khan and Alexander the Great, and the wars fought by Caesar and others in the Roman Empire. That never is actually wars of conflict. And it's a human way of not necessary. We're not defensive. They're just part of this human drive to expand, to explore, and to accumulate power. Maybe this is a good place to also talk about something else that's a lot of hardcore history podcast. It's an amazing series of Genghis Khan and old school. I recommend people listen to it. So yeah, a lot of interesting ideas there. There's the idea of historical resistance, referring to figures of cause and mass destruction, in the way to develop months of progress. Basically making this complicated case to destruction of the history paved the way for progress. What do you think about this? Creative